Those in the room, as I said, the mics are on. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You'll remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, please approach the two mics at the end of the table, and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As our standard reminder that the meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order, and anyone seeking to speak will have to be recognized by the chair. Do we have any notified absences? Looks like none. Mr. Verbeek, please call the roll.
Sure. Alder Glenn?
Sorry, here.
Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Revere is here. Mr. Rushuk?
Here.
Ms. Rushuk is here. Ms. Farley?
Present.
Ms. Farley's here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Here.
Figueroa Cole is here. And Ms. Carter?
Present.
Ms. Carter's here. Chair, we do have quorum.
Excellent. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the 21st and the 29th.
Move approval of the minutes. Second.
Moved by Westra, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Is there any objections to approving the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Next is general public comment. Is anyone registered to speak for general public comment?
We have one person registered, but I believe they registered for the wrong item. They have another item, and their only register is available to answer questions, not that they wish to speak.
Okay. So to the person registered, can you hear me?
It's Steve Sperling of the Barrymore.
Okay.
He's item 22.
So Steve, will probably hear from you for item 22.
It's consent agenda, isn't it?
He's on the consent agenda. I don't see him in Zoom either.
Okay. Okay, in any case, I think we can move on. Is there any disclosures or recusals? Okay, next on the agenda is presentation of the consent agenda. Mr. Verbeek, whenever you're ready.
Sure. So the proposed consent agenda for ALRC, hold on, my consent agenda is gone. Let me bring it back up. So I'll just run through the items on the consent agenda really quick. I'll just say what the title, like the general category they are, and what item they are on the agenda. And then the committee will take action, whether it's passing the consent agenda or pulling any items off the consent agenda. And then once they have passed the consent agenda, I'll read it verbatim, the length of the items on what has been moved by the consent agenda. So the proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 18th, 2025. Recommend the council to grant temporary Class B retail license concurrent with street use permit. Item 3, change of agent. Items 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Entity reorganization for items 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38. And I recommend the council to place on file without prejudice. Change of agent for item 8. The agent no longer is with this entity, and the entity is applied to a new application that will be for the August ALRC. And 21 plus entertainment license, item 43. That applicant has withdrawn the application.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so the motion was to approve the consent agenda with the recommendations as just stated. Is there any objection to that? No one wants anything separated? Any objection to approving with those recommendations? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. So if you could just read it one more time.
Sure.
And anyone, if you hear your number, then that means we won't have to speak with you later. You're welcome to stay, but you don't have to.
So the past consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 18th, 2025. I recommend to council to grant item 3, temporary Class B retail license concurrent with street use permit for the Madison Museum of Contemporary Art for the event is Art Fair on the Square. Number 4, change of agent, North Central Management, Inc. Number 5, change of agent, Portillo's Hot Dog, LLC at 4505 East Town Boulevard. Number 6, change of agent for Portillo's Hot Dogs, LLC at 7230 West Town Way. Number 7, change of agent, Nolan Hotel Investment, LLC. Number 9, change of agent, Target Corporation, 201 Junction Road. 10, change of agent, Target Corporation, 4301 Lean Road. 11, change of agent, Mega Marts, LLC. 12, change of agent, K Street, LLC. 13, entity reorganization, Orange Street Imports, LLC. 14, entity reorganization, MMJ, Inc. 15, entity reorganization, Bell Great Lakes, LLC. 16, change of agent, Trader Joe's East, Inc. 17, entity reorganization, Ultimate Mart, LLC, 261 Junction Road. 18, entity reorganization, Ultimate Mart, LLC at 2502 Shopco Drive. 19, entity reorganization, Ultimate Mart, LLC at 1312 South Park Street. 20, entity reorganization, Ultimate Mart, LLC, 3197 Maple Grove Drive. 21, entity reorganization, Williamson Street Grocery Cooperative at 2817 North Sherman Avenue. 22, entity reorganization, Barrymore Corporation. 23, entity reorganization, CEC Entertainment, LLC. 24, entity reorganization, Fraternal Order of Eagles. 25, entity reorganization, Schwagler Parktown Lanes. 26, entity reorganization, Attic Angel Place. 27, entity reorganization, Cymart Atwood, Inc. 28, entity reorganization, Mega Marts, LLC. 29, entity reorganization, Williamson Street Cooperative, 1221 Williamson Street. 30, entity reorganization, Target Corporation, 750 Hilldale Way. 31, entity reorganization, Target Corporation, 4301 Lean Road. 32, entity reorganization, Target Corporation, 201 Junction Road. 33, entity reorganization, Dave & Buster's of Wisconsin, Inc. 34, entity reorganization, Steve's Liquors West, Inc. 35, entity reorganization, SSP America, Inc. 36, entity reorganization, Apple TRS Madison 7131 LLC. 37, entity reorganization, CCG Enterprises LLC. 38, entity reorganization, The Grill Barbecue LLC. And recommend council to place on file without prejudice. Item 8, change of agent, Buffalo Wings, Inc. Again, the agent is no longer with the entity. A new application has been submitted for the August ALRC. And lastly, 43, 21 plus entertainment license for Two Pinners LLC. The applicant has withdrawn this application.
All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is item number 2, the operator license application for Sonia Montero. Is Sonia registered?
Sonia is registered and is in Zoom.
Okay, excellent. Next, we will ask Madison Police why this application got a flag. Captain Hartman?
He's on vacation.
Okay.
Detective Lieutenant Tim Radke.
All right, Detective Lieutenant Radke, are you with us?
Oh, he's in the, looks like he was in the panelists. I just promoted him there.
All right. Detective Lieutenant Radke, can you hear me?
One more try. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. We can all hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. The reason this was flagged, brought to my attention was looking at OWI history of 4 offenses. The most recent was April 30th of this year in Fitchburg on a 4th offense OWI, which was a felony level OWI.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Montero, you have the opportunity now to tell the committee any information you think would help us make a decision today.
I believe my DUI was last year. Not that it matters. Regardless, it was, I do have 4. The last one, and I completed my.
You're cutting
sorry?
out. Can you, after you said that your 4th OWI was last year, we stopped hearing you. Can you start from that point again?
The 3rd was 10 years ago. Regardless, I understand that I do have 4. I think it's been, my mental health has been something that, when I feel better, I stop going to therapy, and I don't know that I stopped taking care of myself in general, but work becomes, or I guess my mental health was on the back burner. I know that I have to stick with therapy. I no longer drink alcohol, and I don't have the temptations. I think my 4th was the rock bottom, and I know that I have to stick with to take care of my mental health so I can go to work and be free. And I own a home. I know that I need to take care of myself first.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, your hand is up. And we can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, Sonia, I appreciate the fact that you are at the point where you believe that taking care of your mental health is just as important as taking care of your physical health. I am concerned that it seems like there's a good chunk of time in between, almost 10 years for one. If I go all the way back to 1998, we're looking at 21 years. So how have you been able to, what is the trigger that makes you go back to drinking and driving, obviously OWI?
I don't know that I had previous triggers. I don't think that I can look back and the consequences weren't enough. I can't say that they weren't enough. I didn't care maybe about tomorrow. I didn't care about my job. I can't say that I didn't care about anyone because my family is very important to me, but I guess it wasn't, never woke me up. It was never like, oh my gosh, I could have hurt someone, an innocent person. I could hurt, not even that I didn't hurt anyone. Like, I know that it still hurts my dad. It still hurts me. It's embarrassing, the things that I have to go through because I did this, because I chose to drink and drive. No one made me. And yes, I am around it all the time. But for me, I don't have the triggers anymore. It just doesn't work for me. Alcohol doesn't make me happy. Alcohol does nothing good did nothing good for me. And since my last DUI, I have not touched any alcohol, and I have never mentally been better, which rolls dominoes for the rest of my life. I have a great relationship with my dad and my friends, and work is great. And my house, I was able to buy a house 3 years ago, and I know now that I don't want to lose any of this. I don't want to lose that feeling that I have every day when I wake up. I don't want to go back to where I was.
That's fantastic. Can you, and so is this your full-time job at,
Yes.
at your tavern? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm just thrilled that you are taking care of yourself and taking care of your mental health by staying with therapy. So I want to congratulate you for that. You know, the road of life is long, it's not straight. And sometimes that we have to stop and pivot. And I'm glad you were able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, County Supervisor-elect.
Thank you.
Ms. Montero, welcome. I wanted to also say that I'm pleased to hear about the progress you've been able to make. So congratulations on that. A couple of questions. Is my information correct that you are under current active supervision by the Wisconsin Department of Corrections?
Yes, I am. And I asked my probation officer to get, I'm not sure when I cut in or not, or if you can hear me. I don't know when I'm muted or unmuted.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I had asked my probation officer to send, she can't send me a letter of recommendation or anything, but I asked her to get a letter of how I am doing on supervision, and she did not get me that. I asked her for the last meeting, and she did not get me that, and I emailed her and called her this Monday, and she is out of the office. But I have never been in any reprimands on supervision. I've been on alcohol monitoring. I get random drug tests. I go to see her every month. I've never missed an appointment. I apologize. I've asked her many times to get something for this meeting, and I did not get that from her.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for trying, and I hope that you can continue to try. From my experience serving on this committee, the Wisconsin Department of Corrections in the past have allowed for various agents to issue letters, actually of support, saying that the agent is knowledgeable and supportive of your license application. So I don't think it's a DOC, at least I'm not aware that it's a DOC policy that they won't issue those correspondence to help municipalities in licensing decisions. So I encourage you to try again and maybe ask to speak to your agent supervisor if your agent is out of the office. But let me ask you a follow-up question. Can you provide a little more detail as to how your AODA treatment as imposed by the court has been proceeding and what treatment you've been able to do in that area?
I did send the letters. I'm not sure if they went to the right email address or you had time to review those.
No, unfortunately, we don't have the letters. At least I don't see the letters.
Oh, yes.
Here. We only have your 2-page application, unfortunately, tonight.
Oh, yes. I completed my AODA program at ARC Community, and I completed that. I have it. I'll pull it up. July 24th, I believe she signed off. Yes, I have. Diagnosed with alcohol use disorder, mild early remission, general anxiety, and major depressive disorder. She had wrote, and my prognosis was good. Attendance is good. And Yeah,
To-
I'm not sure. Oh, go ahead.
No, I apologize. Why don't you continue, please? Sorry if I cut you off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what the question was again.
Well, I think you answered it. My follow-up question
Okay.
was simply do you have continuing sessions as it relates to
Oh.
AODA, or are you considered complete?
Yes, I completed at ARC Community, and then I have a new counselor, and she also wrote a letter for my rehabilitation, and I go to see her at a Beglin Counseling, and it's Paula is my therapist that I see every other week, and we've been working together since June of 2024.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. I'm complete, Chair.
Thank you. And would you be willing to, so where did you send those letters?
I think they just were sent earlier today. I just forwarded them around to the committee.
Okay. That's great. So, Attorney McReynolds. Did you put your hand down? Yes, it looks like it. So we can go to Ms. Farley.
I also put my hand down.
Okay. Ms. Carter.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, at this point, ask the officer if the guidelines can be amended because it has the date of 1998 and conviction in 1988.
I'm
So
sure.
let's do it. I think that is a typo. Yeah, the
Okay.
incident happened in 98, and I did misspeak that the last one was in 23, not last year. So it is 4/30 of 23 that the fourth offense occurred.
Okay, thank you very much.
The conviction was just last year. I think that's the confusion.
Correct.
Yeah.
Further questions from members of the committee? I'm taking a minute to look over the documents that were just forwarded.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else registered for this item?
There are not.
Any further questions for the applicant? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Montero, how long have you worked at Badger Tavern?
I believe like 3 years.
Did you work there during your last OWI?
Yes, I also worked at Fifth Quarter in Verona and Paul's Neighborhood Bar in Middleton. Yes, I've been there since July of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
What roles did you work at the tavern?
My current job?
Well, since you've been there, what jobs have you done there?
Oh, I cook, serve drinks, food.
So is this the first time that you're seeking a license for?
No, I let my license lapse, and then when I went to apply for a new license, I got flagged for review.
When was that?
I had let my license lapse
Yes.
because and then when I reapplied, I had gotten flagged for review.
Yeah, when was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a few months ago. When did maybe, I'll get the exact date.
That's okay. That's fine. Thank you. I'm good.
Yep.
All right, so has every member of the committee got a chance to look at the documents? Because I think that's
Yep.
highly informative for our decision tonight.
And will those be added to the record?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Are there any other questions, or if not, a motion would be in order? Alder Revere.
I move approval.
I'll second with the customary condition that it's conditional on a letter of support from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections.
Okay, so moved by Ms. Carter, seconded by Alder Revere to approve on the condition that it's before the council meeting, a letter from the Wisconsin DOC is forwarded.
And if I could, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so Ms. Montero, this is customary practice for our committee if someone's under active community supervision by the state, because the agents know you and other similarly situated applicants better than we do. So this license will be before the city council on July 1st, the July 1st city council meeting. So over the next few weeks, as I said earlier, if you could please work with your agent and have a letter submitted to the city clerk's office before July 1st. That's what we're asking you to do. If you can't make the July 1st deadline, then we can, delay this, refer this to the subsequent council meeting after that. But it just, as I said earlier, it seems to me that the Department of Corrections has been issuing these letters in the past. I haven't heard that they've stopped that practice, and so I hope that your agent or their supervisor could help you with that. You can let the clerk's office know if they decline, or, if you have an update for us.
Yes, I will work with her and or go above to try to get this letter. Again, I asked a couple times, and yeah, I just want to keep my job. I know it's a bar, but it's close to home, and they are supportive in everything that I'm going through, and they do become like family. And
Sure.
I know that I made mistakes.
Well, that's great, and congratulations. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations again on the successes that you've had in the last couple of years with treatment.
Yes, I wish,
And
I could be like a poster child
Hold
for
on,
this.
can you,
Sorry.
In terms of the employment, let me just, in closing, say that I hope you did apply for a provisional license at the same time, and so that you do have that provisional license, that although it might be expiring soon, that might still be in effect.
It's already expired.
Okay. Yeah, well, hopefully your employer will have grace and let you know that hopefully you'll have your permanent, your 2-year license in a few weeks. Good luck to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Alder Glenn?
Yeah, I was just gonna recommend, Sonia, if you reach out to your agent, and if you ask them for a letter that states that they are aware of you working there and that is along what we're looking for, it is hard for a probation officer to write that I'm fine and we are great, because nobody wants to get in trouble if anything doesn't go right. But if the awareness of where that you are working there and they are aware and you are following through is much easier for them to write. And like Alder Verveer said, if you need to, sometimes you have to go above people's head. And then I just also wanted to say, as someone who's been in recovery for 23 years, that it is not linear and it is not fallen upon my deaf ears that one of the best ways for recovery is connection and is employment and housing and stability. And so, yes, letting your PO know that, and they can write that pretty easily for you. And good luck and congratulations on at least over a year, it sounds like, of sobriety.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the motion now is to approve the application on the condition that before the common council meeting, the alders can see a copy of the letter or a statement from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. Is there any objection to passing this motion? Seeing none, this motion passes. Thank you, Sonia, and good work. Next on our agenda. 8.
No, that was on placed on file.
So it's 39. Change of license premises for the Gamma Ray. See the owners in the room. Are they registered?
Yep, we have 3 registrants. Kevin Wilmot, the second, is registered in support, available to answer questions. Eddie Greenwood, the agent, is in support, available to answer questions. And Nicholas Davies is in support, not wishing to speak.
Okay, so they're all available to answer questions?
Kevin and Addie are, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess I do have one question, and others might. So Kevin, would you be willing to come up? Sure. Or, yeah, that's fine.
We're definitely a team, so. Yes.
You just want to push the buttons on your microphones.
Yes, exactly. She's actually the agent, exactly. Either your mic doesn't matter?
Yeah, just push the buttons on to make them like over.
All right, so you're gonna plan, you want to take 2 parking spots out front?
That is the plan, yep.
Okay, and what do you want to do with that space?
We're looking to put 4 square tables with 4 seats at each of those tables, and then 2 smaller 2-top tables that would be up on the sidewalk area of the patio. And we've been working with Megan in the Sidewalk Cafe, Roadway Cafe, on our application, and that's what she recommended for the seating.
Okay, that sounds good. Any questions from members of the committee? Ms. Carter.
Yeah, what time exactly would you be using these 2 parking spots?
We're looking to increase our hours with this patio application, and so we would hope to be opening the patio around 4 p.m. And then closing it around, we would be closed at 1 a.m. So very similar to Jenna's on the opposite end of the street there.
Jenna's also rents 2 spots from the city as well, similar, so that we kind of used another on the other side of the block, and it's a different roadway process, but it's similar process. And also on Saturdays we'll also try to open up earlier, to do hopefully like a family oasis in the air conditioning with a craft station and some drums and some cold brew coffee. You know how it's hard to get coffee down. So on a Saturday and a Sunday we may open a little bit earlier. But on the weekdays, we would open up at 4 o'clock for like a standard downtown happy hour kind of thing.
Okay, so from 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. and on Saturday?
11 a.m. to 1 a.m. And Sunday as well, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Farley's next, and then
Yeah, given that you will be open in this spot during, dusk and night hours, what is the lighting situation in that area, or how will you be augmenting lighting or anything like that?
We could definitely seek
some rope lighting along the fence.
Rope lighting along
and
the
then
top
there's
of
a
the
nice
fence there,
overhead light
for
right
sure.
above, for sure. And
There is a big street lamp on that corner as well.
we also have, cameras that are facing the patio as well. And so we're definitely, our goal is honestly to have more presence on the sidewalk and more security and staff on the street. And it only helps our whole entire night when we have more people on the block, making sure everything is safe, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Westra.
You guys are looking to do the same now. I haven't been up there yet this summer, but I assume the other bars have along there have patios too. So I know Shamrock used to. Tornado had something out there for a while between Jenna's and you guys.
So it's just going to be Jenna's, sadly, and then us. I'd hope that maybe we'll inspire Bobby and James and Henry to want to do a patio as well. But right now,
okay,
it's just,
so they've pulled that all back.
Yes.
Yeah, I think during the pandemic they did that, and then they have not.
After the pandemic, yeah.
I mean, there was different licensing rules then, and costs were different during that time. So I think they haven't sought it out past that time, but.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I've been here a couple of times, and there's always music going on. And
Yeah.
so I think it's karaoke because you don't have an entertainment license. Is that right?
We do have an entertainment license. Yeah, we actually just won Best Venue of the Year from the Mass Music Association. Very proud to win that in our first year. And so we do music, most days of the week, and that's more in a, on a happy hour at 5 o'clock until, typically 10:30, 11 at night. And then we do, kind of karaoke after parties is the idea. And so most of the time, past 10:30, 11 is going to be more, just karaoke, which is never, very loud, et cetera, for the block. We do it every single day of the week, and we've had no issues. Yeah.
So I couldn't find the license on the search, by the way. That's why I'm not sure why it's not there. But good to know that you have an entertainment license because I was like, wow, that would be odd. So how are you going to manage the music, the restrictions of the entertainment inside versus on the patio?
Yeah, we have our door open to the sidewalk every day to commerce and to allow people walking by to say, "Hey, that's a great jazz band," or "I didn't know you had music there," and we're not going to be amplifying any music outside or not changing anything that we've done in our first year or beyond. So it'll just be the same process on the music and karaoke side. We're just really just looking to essentially open up earlier with a patio outside, and then also offer kind of essentially a flag for our business as well, right? That you go, "Hey, what's this new space downtown?" And they go, "I didn't know this was even here." So in your first few years, it's important to let people know. I know you all know, but not everyone in town knows what we're doing downtown yet. So
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's a difference with the music outside versus indoors.
Yeah.
For the entertainment license.
For sure.
We
would never do
we're
it.
not
We would never
looking
do
to
bands
amplify anything
outside or
outside.
anything like that. I know that's a much different process for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, Ms. Carter.
I have a quick question, Rick. I'm looking at your map, and you're having taken up the 2 parking spots, but you're also taking up a portion of the sidewalk. Did you hear the question?
Yes.
We may be having some more audio issues.
Oh, they're
Oh, because
they're
I'm
on
not
again.
hearing anything.
They're on again. Can you hear us?
There we go. I think we're
Yes.
Yep.
So
Good to go.
just to be clear, the concern was about having enough space
the two tables up top on
from the
sidewalk.
tables on the sidewalk there. So
Correct.
that diagram, it mirrors the same patio that Jenna's has, and that's what I went over with Megan from the Streetery, and she confirmed that that would most likely be approved based on the space that we have.
So I guess what I'm trying to find out, is that enough space for people to walk by?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are there further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none? I think Ms. Farley might have a question.
I was going to make a motion if it's in order.
I heard Mike, I heard Alder Verveer.
I was going to make a, oh, okay.
Different.
Go ahead.
I didn't have my mic on, so maybe those of us colleagues virtually couldn't hear. I moved to grant.
Second.
Moved by Alder Verveer, second by Alder Figueroa Cole. Any discussion? Is that what you're going to say, Ms. Farley? All right. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, this is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See the sun with it all.
So I searched by Gamma Ray, and that only one came up. So the other one is under Fro Production. I didn't search by address.
It's under Fro Production.
Exactly, it's under Fro Productions, not by, so there's a discrepancy on the label.
It doesn't have the DBA on the entertainment license, that's why you couldn't
Yeah, okay.
search.
Okay. Next on our next on our agenda is Cielo. Do we have a registrant?
Yeah. Item 40, Susan McKinney is registered and I believe in Zoom.
Okay, Susan,
Yes.
tell us about your request.
Oh, let me find my notes here. Okay. All right. So we are requesting an increase of capacity to 318 people at Cielo. The building has ample room to fit that many people very comfortably. It's 5,626 square feet. Different levels. There's a whole first floor and then some kind of, there's a landing and then another floor upstairs that's only covers part of the building. But anyway, it goes from State Street to Carroll Street and there's exits. There's a door on each side. So plenty of room for people to come in and go out. And in fact, I did talk to Central Police Captain Kip Hartman about our plans to ask for more capacity and talked about, and he expressed that he didn't have any reservations or objections, I believe. The exits, I'm following up with that. I will walk through the building with Officer Ethan Purick of the Downtown District, Central District, 1 week from tonight, and we will go over the exits and dispersing people at the end of the night and any other issue that either of us might have. We do operate SODO at 303 North Henry Street, myself and my two daughters, and we'll follow the same plan that we use at SODO to disperse people at the end of the night, which what we do is 45 minutes before bar time, we stop allowing new people in, so people will exit and not be replaced. And so by the time people exit at bar time, the crowd is much smaller and, you don't have a big crush of people going out onto the street at bar time. So we'll do the same thing at Cielo. Let's see what else. So in terms of moving people thinking of fire safety, our building plans, which are being carried out right now by Bachman Construction, they're building a new staircase from the third floor over on the Carroll Street side, down to the first floor, which is only steps away from that Carroll Street exit. So in case of, anything like, well, in case of any sort of emergency, people will be able to get down quicker. We have installed or almost complete a building-wide fire sprinkler system. Monona Plumbing and Fire Prevention is working that job. That's almost completed. We expect to open, well, we're aiming for the first football game, which would be August 28th. But in that area, late summer, early fall. And let's see. Oh, we're getting 2 brand new furnaces. I just wanted to mention that to let you know that, we'll have ample cooling and heating for 318 people and airflow going through the building so that everybody's comfortable.
And
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're still working.
Sure.
Yours is on. Mine's on. Try holding the button underneath to turn her off.
I believe we have them back. I'm hearing them.
I do hear everybody.
We have to turn the other mics off. On the underside, if you hold that button, it'll turn off. Yeah, that one. Yep, and then just touch it once to turn it back on.
Okay, my mic is back on. Can I check yours? Okay, we're back online. So Susan, I had asked, how did your meeting with the neighborhood district go?
Oh, good from my perspective. No objections. One person from the neighborhood, I think she has a role in the neighborhood group. She said, thank you for bringing some life back to that block. But otherwise, no objections.
Okay, that's great. And that's what I heard about that meeting as someone who participates in that neighborhood association. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Sue, for following up with the Central Police District Community Policing Team about the ingress and egress once you open, because I do think that they'll have some good recommendations on whether or not you should use Carroll Street or not. So I look forward to hearing the outcome of that conversation.
Mm-hmm. Good.
You said that was a week from Friday?
Yes.
So it'll be-
I'm going to walk through with
Ethan.
Officer Ethan Purick and another officer named Jane. I forget her last name.
Yes. They're the two tavern liaisons. Jane Preston,
Yeah.
they're both officers, yep. Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move to grant unless Ms. Westra has a question.
Yeah, Ms. Westra?
You're muted, Amy.
Thank you. What has fire and zoning come back with for new capacity?
I got this number from the city, and I was looking through my letters from them today, trying to find exactly who told me that I could ask for 318. And I know it was somebody from the city, but I don't have the answer to that right this minute. I couldn't find the letter that I got. But I can provide that. I'll find it. But it was somebody.
Okay. Mike, I'll second. Yours.
Okay. Moved by Alder Verveer, second by Ms. Westra to grant. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none, the item is approved.
Thank you very much.
No, we're not missing any registrants, are we, on that last one?
No, it was only Susan.
Okay. So next on our agenda is item 41. And I guess I'll note that there are more public registrants for the rest of the agenda than there is for this item. So if there's no motions, we can take this up. Who's the first registrant?
I only see two registrants on here. Obviously, we have President Vitavere and I'm sorry, I forget who it is from the health department. Julia. And then other than that, we have two registrants. David Aguyo, and is opposed. They will answer questions. And Nick Pavivak in support, not wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you. You come up in any order or together, whatever works.
We're having a staff presentation.
Okay.
Julie does have something to share on Zoom.
Yep. What would be the best way to share it? To send it to you now, Jim?
Have you loaded it?
Are you in the Zoom meeting?
I am I'm not in the Zoom meeting, but I
Okay.
can jump on the Zoom.
Yeah, I think you may have been sent an email from the media team on just connecting to the Zoom meeting and then sharing through that way.
Okay, so I was a little confused because I didn't,
And if you want to,
Yep.
if you both want to step up to the table.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Julia Olson, she, her pronouns. I work with Public Health Madison-Dane County, and I am the supervisor of our substance use prevention and harm reduction team at Public Health. My team focuses on trying to prevent and reduce the impacts of substance use for individuals and communities within Dane County. So I am going to get the presentation up on the Zoom, but while I'm doing that, sorry for the technical difficulty here with that. Part of why I'm here speaking tonight is to talk a little bit about the burden or impact of alcohol, especially excessive alcohol use on, again, individuals within Dane County. So let me just share my screen. I think I should be in the Zoom now. Let's see. And do I have the ability to share? Yes, I do. Perfect. And we will get that up. And it would be helpful if it went from the beginning. There we go. Okay. So, screen share. Perfect. So as I mentioned, my team works to prevent harms related to substance use. And we have been working on issues related to excessive alcohol use, impaired driving, as well as alcohol outlet density for a number of years. So I just wanted to give the committee some additional information that may be helpful as you're making decisions tonight about ordinances and how you move forward with the rest of the agenda. With public health, you know, we see that alcohol use is a large issue that contributes to safety concerns, as well as injury and significant health impacts. We see many issues related to physical health, mental health, accidents, social issues, and long-term excessive alcohol use can contribute to chronic diseases like heart disease, liver disease, certain cancers, and also alcohol use disorder. And we see increasing risks for accident and injury. I think one thing to point out, we're going to talk a little bit about what does our fatality rate look like, but we do see racial and ethnic disparities when it comes to who is experiencing acute issues, so something that's more immediate, like a car accident or an injury. We see that happening more often with white people in Dane County. And when we look at long-term health impacts, we see that tending to be experienced more by communities of color. So just wanting to point out that we do see some differences by race and ethnicity about who experiences something more immediately versus a long-term chronic health condition. We also see increases in things like sexual assault and injury, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. I think it's pretty well known or accepted by folks that in Wisconsin, we have a pretty robust alcohol culture. We tend to lead the nation in many not favorable statistics and outcomes when it comes to alcohol use. So with this map, you just see that every county in Wisconsin is higher than the national average when it comes to self-reports from adults for excessive alcohol use. So you can kind of see us right up here at the top. But with this, again, this indicates that over 21% of adults in those counties in Wisconsin reported excessive alcohol use. So what does excessive alcohol use or binge drinking look like when we're specifically talking about Dane County. There are quite a few economic costs in Dane County associated to binge drinking. And this graphic, again, the data is a little bit older. It's from 2019, but it's one of the more recent pieces of information we have where the economic cost is estimated at around $398 million. So when we're talking about cost, we're looking at the costs for healthcare for, again, both those injury and long-term healthcare needs. We're looking at criminal justice data, so arrest, incarceration, probation, parole, lost productivity is an estimate from people who have to be out missing days of work. And so the estimated cost per resident for Dane County was roughly $762 per person, and the cost to the government being around $165 million. And again, some of those costs that we might experience as government agencies, police, EMS, fire, those type of responses, property damage, those are just some of the things that are included in the estimate. So to kind of further break down what that looked like in 2019, we were talking about 170 alcohol-related deaths, over 5,000 alcohol-related hospitalizations, over 400 alcohol-related crashes, and then again, over 700 people who were seeking treatment services due to alcohol. In Dane County, our fatality rates due to alcohol use have been increasing. So right now, Dane County, and this is 2023 data, we rank second in the state for alcohol-attributed deaths with 268. To give you a little bit of a breakdown on the screen, so males are impacted more than females. We see the highest number of alcohol-attributed deaths in the 65 up population. But I think one thing to point out is that our middle-aged folks are actually experiencing the sharpest increases, so that 25 to 34-year age group. And again, we tend to see deaths more in white people and non-Hispanic folks. With increasing death, which we'll see kind of on the next slide, you'll see that there was a pretty large spike in 2021 and 2020. What was happening during that time? COVID pandemic, so we definitely can't discount some of the stressors and things we were all experiencing during that time period being a driver. But one thing I do want to note, if you look at the graph, is you'll see that we were already seeing an increase in fatalities. This was happening prior to COVID, and we haven't gone down back to pre-pandemic numbers when we're talking about alcohol-attributed deaths over time. So just to point out with 2024, why that looks so low, those are all provisional data. So it means the data is not complete. We don't have final numbers for 2024 yet. We likely will later this year. Many times they're about a year behind when we're looking at this fatality information. So I don't want anyone to see 79 and be like, yeah, we're doing an amazing job. Look how much things have gone down. But I did want to show you what the most recent information was that we had. And when we're talking about alcohol-related deaths, again, these are things that are directly attributed to alcohol use, like drunk driving, liver disease, a number of those things, but they can also be indirect as well. This map just gives you a little bit more information about what's happening here in Dane County, and I know it can be a little hard to read. Actually, I should back up. This is City of Madison data. So with this map, it was just mapping our alcohol-related crash information for roughly the past year, January 2024 to May 2025. There's a total of 349 incidents on this map. So the red dots, those are deaths. Those are folks that died in an alcohol-related crash. There's 4 individuals up there who lost their lives due to an alcohol-related crash. The orange is for a suspected serious injury. Yellow is a minor injury. Blue is a possible injury, and then green are situations where there was an alcohol-related crash, but there wasn't any known or apparent injury at the time. So you can kind of think of red being the most severe, and then the orange and the yellow being different levels of injury. So we talked a little bit earlier about how alcohol can be a contributing factor to violence and injury. Just a couple of statistics from our epidemiologist. So on average during 2020 to 2024, so roughly the last 4 years, there were over 550 violent offenses per year in Madison that involved intimate partners. And over a third of those cases, the person committing the violence was suspected by the officer of using alcohol. So when we're looking at the average percent of intimate partner violence cases where alcohol was suspected in Madison, it's roughly 35%, which is slightly above what we see in Dane County as a whole, which is 31%. So one of the other figures that we look at when we're looking at kind of the impact of alcohol is also the impact of people who are underage consuming alcohol or being able to purchase alcohol. So with this number, this includes instances where the UW in 2024 cited, the UWPD cited people for underage drinking. 239 of these were citations from the UW police, but the remaining were citations that were issued by MPD, the Central District Community Policing Team. Many of those were associated with bars or taverns, or, again, there are other liquor law related establishments, so violations where, you may have many people who are underage in those establishments who are cited. There are some limitations with this data. We don't currently have a alcohol retailer compliance inspection program in Madison or Dane County. My team, we run a tobacco retailer inspection program. So for those situations, I could tell you we did 400 inspections and here was the failure rate. And here are the instances where, a business maybe failed an inspection more than once. We don't have that data for alcohol. So I can't really give a complete picture, but this is the information we do have when it comes to underage alcohol citations. One other piece of data and information that we have is from the Place of Last Drink Project, or POLD. So if you've heard the term POLD before, it's basically an initiative where we try to identify patterns of alcohol use that may lead to law enforcement responses or calls for service. So over time, if law enforcement is, say, pulling someone over for DUI, they try to collect information from that person on where did you have your last drink, where are you coming from? Trying to identify if there's any areas of concern, maybe a bar or a retailer who may be over-serving. Sometimes the data is a bit imperfect because people may not be able to provide that information, either through refusal or frankly, they're just too impaired that they can't provide the information. But what we do have on the next slide is the information that we were able to collect from POLD in the city of Madison. So there were 535 stops in 2024 where alcohol was believed to be a factor in the traffic stop. We had 17% of those where there was a named license holder, 53% of those it was unknown or refused, and then in the remaining cases, it was pretty generic, like work, friend, or just a bar. There was no real information we could draw on. So in those stops, the average blood alcohol content was 0.18. And these were just a few of the retailers that were named where named more than once in that data when we had the information, and what the average blood alcohol content was of the people who were stopped. So where does alcohol outlet density in this ordinance that you'll be hearing more about from Alder Vitiver come into place? Alcohol outlet density is an evidence-based strategy that is used across public health, where local governments or states, but in our case, local governments can use licensing, zoning, and other authorities to regulate outlet density. Some of the benefits of regulating outlet density is to reduce excessive alcohol consumption, have fewer public nuisance activities, lower rates of violence, and, really kind of create the alcohol environment that we want to see in communities. So where do we want to have or reduce concentration of retailers, whether that's a bar, a grocery store that has an alcohol license, a gas station, number of things. So part of what you would do in alcohol outlet density is really try to look at where do we have saturation? Are there places where we feel like that density is becoming problematic? And what steps do we want to take to reduce or limit density in those areas? So again, I think Alder Vitiver will talk a little bit more about the ordinance that you'll be reviewing and discussing. But I just wanted to show with this map. So these are where our current Class A licenses are within the city. And with the current ordinance that's coming up for discussion, if it were to be approved, this map would show us where our Class A licenses are, Class B licenses, and the gray area, the shaded gray areas would be where new liquor licenses would be ineligible. So I think at this point, I would turn it over to Alder Vitiver to offer more information.
Thank you so much, Julia. So thank you all for being here and thinking about this complex topic, right? We know that we have an alcohol culture in this state and particularly in this city as well, and that we have a duty to uphold the safety, welfare, and well-being of our community. And that's really the point behind this ordinance. And I wanted to provide some background for sort of why I've been working on this to try to develop some framework for thinking about alcohol density. So in my day job, I sit at the State Department of Division of Public Health, and I was responsible for compiling and editing our state health assessment. I work in chronic disease prevention, so alcohol is not in my normal scope of work, and it wasn't a space that I had really worked in a lot before looking at the state health assessment. And in tracking alcohol density, it was absolutely clear about what the negative impacts on our communities are from high alcohol density. And they're clear across the state, across the city. And I'm hoping this made it into the record, but Anthony Cooper from Focused Interruption sent in a letter. And one of the things he talked about that Julia didn't touch on today is alcohol misuse and gun violence. So this is from his letter. Alcohol misuse and gun violence are two of the most pressing public health crises facing Madison today. When combined, they create a hazardous environment where impulsive decisions, impaired judgment, and easy access to firearms result in tragic and often fatal consequences. Data from across the nation, along with local experiences, confirm that alcohol significantly contributes to violent incidents involving guns. Alcohol reduces inhibitions, impairs decision-making, and escalates conflicts, drastically increasing the risk of serious injury or death when firearms are present. Another thing that spurred me to want to take action on this was actually before I joined council. There was an alcohol license that was recommended for approval by ALRC, but turned down at council based on density. It was an unexpected result for the applicant and required the council to explicitly elucidate their rationale for denying the license. So just pointing out that without sort of governing ordinances, there's an uncertainty for businesses, right? They come through with the potential for having their license denied at two different points. So that's time, effort, stress on our businesses that also is not a desirable outcome. And last, I'm going to tell you a personal story. When my daughter came home for the summer from her very first year of college, she got together with her friends one evening. We asked her how her friends were doing, and she talked about a few of them, and she said she was pretty troubled, though, about her one friend who I'll just call Lisa. Lisa had been gathering with friends about a week prior at a park, and they'd been drinking. Obviously, they were underage. And Lisa's friend, I'll call her Sarah, was going to go home with another person from the party. Well, Lisa said, Sarah, can I please take you home? I think he's too drunk to drive. And Sarah's like, no, it'll be okay. Sarah didn't come home that night. They crashed. So her friend, Lisa, was consumed with guilt about the fact that she had not prevented Sarah from going with this other driver. Now, I'm not saying that this ordinance is going to solve the next Sarah, but what if it prevented the worst of it? What if it prevented some of it? That's what we're going here. And just to point out that we do have precedent for policy approaches. As you know, we have a downtown alcohol overlay district. Due to our concerns about density in this particular region, you can really clearly see it on the map there about how incredibly dense alcohol is in the downtown area. And we've also enacted a tobacco density ordinance to ensure that consumers are not overly exposed to tobacco retailers. As Julia said, in public health, we strive to implement policy systems and environmental change designed to make our communities healthier. And that's what this ordinance is about. It's not about inhibiting businesses, just indicating where those businesses can be located. And of course, it's not about trying to impose restrictions on individual consumption, because we know from our nation's history that just doesn't work. This is a small step forward, but a step forward nonetheless. It will force this body and the council to really dig in when an entity is seeking to cite a license within a football field's length of any of the entities on the list. So I'll just give you my own district as an example. At Regent and Allen, there's 2 Class B licenses, the Regent Market Co-op and the Glue Glue Wine Bar. So let's pretend a liquor store says, I want to open across the street. They'd be within 300 feet, not only of those other 2 Class B licenses, but also a school. Now, obviously, you could always make your decisions based on feedback from myself as alder, the community, et cetera. But this body and the council in general can ignore those, right? You have that right. But with this ordinance, this body and the council would have to go on record as to saying why they were in favor of allowing this liquor store to be cited here. That might or might not lead to a different decision, but it would require that the bodies in question explicitly state their intentions. So that's what I'm asking for you tonight, is to consider taking this as a small step forward to addressing our area and our state's issues around alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Westra.
Why is there the exception for pharmacies and grocery stores if this is such an important issue that we need to limit the amount? So it seems like we're only going after the small businesses who this is their livelihood, and we are going to cause a lot of problems for them with this.
Ms. Westra, I'm afraid you may not have seen the second substitute. The second substitute is very different. So the second substitute is to take what's already codified in state law, that the body must consider 300 feet of any church, house of worship, library, school, hospital, and adding in treatment facilities, places serving people who are unhoused, and other Class A and B licenses. And the map that's on the screen shows that 300-foot radius around all of those sites.
Okay, so I'm looking at the one that was printed 6/13/2025. Item number 2, exemptions.
Nope, that is not the current. We're looking at the second substitute.
I think.
So I'm going to interrupt quick I just asked Jim if he could send it out because I don't see it in the packet. I do see it in Legistar as like the main text in Legistar.
Thank you, Attorney McReynolds. Yes, class. This is different than the one I studied before coming here.
Okay, same.
So okay. Do you have any further questions?
I'm going to have to read this.
Yep. Okay, Alder Glenn.
Yes, thank you. I have a few. Sorry, I'm freezing. I don't know what it is with this committee that I have such bad luck with freezing in my internet. Okay. So first of all, why do we have unhoused in there? What is the unhoused part?
So it's for the areas that are primarily serving folks who are experiencing homelessness. So whether it's our shelters or day centers. So it's very few sites in the city.
Okay. So I just want to be careful that we're not putting a correlation of unhoused with substance use. Okay. The other part is the 300 feet. I guess what I'm struggling with is, what does this do? So 300 feet, that's East High School. So I technically could open right outside of there. And also what Ms. Westra is saying is, so a grocery, or did you totally take that out of this one?
It's not there. That is not in the second. No, the second substitute is simply to take what's already in state law, which is that the council is supposed to consider to essentially prohibit anything within 300 feet of a school, hospital, library, or house of worship, and adding the other two sensitive sites and adding other Class A and Class B retailers. So that's why I use the example of, if in my district I had two existing Class Bs, a liquor store wanted to open across the street, that it would be prohibited unless there was explicit statement from this body and the council to allow it.
Okay. I'd like to ask Julia, I wonder if you could talk about, because I seen in your slide, which is great, and I want to be clear and transparent that I am a public health employee also, and we have differing opinions, all of us. What you've talked a lot about driving and accidents. What do we know about the idea of people? So bars close. Someone can't open a business that would close at 9 o'clock. So they go to the bar, and now we have them driving rather than taking alcohol home to consume. Any data on that, Julia?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have any with me right now, but I think, what you're bringing up is a challenge of larger state statute about when these establishments can be open. Certain establishments that would be impacted by this, when they can be open. Those times don't match in terms of what is closure time for a bar and when you can, if you're a liquor store, the hours you can stop selling. I think it's an interesting question and certainly something that's been on our radar with my team in public health, and while we are working with Vision Zero and traffic engineering and the new impaired driving coordinator and impaired driving prevention coordinator to try to offer more options and, again, create an environment where there are those options for a safe ride, free options to be able to get home for yourself or for others if you've been drinking, to try to avoid those accidents and crashes. But that is definitely a question. I can do some more digging. Again, I'm not originally from Wisconsin, and the state I come from has a very different laws where the liquor stores are open until bar time as well. So there's no difference there. But in terms of seeing a comparison between, say, Wisconsin and states where they are open the same amount of time, and if that causes a difference with impaired driving, I don't have those figures in front of me, Alder, so I couldn't really answer that directly. But it is an interesting question. And again, that is state law in terms of when the difference between when the establishments can be open. So I don't know that that's something this committee could impact.
And I
do have the place of last drink data though that we could.
Yes, I did
provide.
see that,
Yep.
which kind of led to those were all bars for me. That's what I saw. I think I'm struggling with this because I don't know what it does other than individualized, which I like individualized in thinking along with implementation science. We look at it, we adjust it, we go back. But I don't feel like this gets to a root of what we would talk about in public health of like what's in the well. And around educating. So I struggle with the idea that, and I understand the idea of it's something, but then I also believe in, as a certified peer specialist and trainer, someone with lived experience in alcohol and or substance use and mental health disorder, that self-determination is important. And in looking and knowing that, let me ask you this, Julia or Alder Vitaver, have we ever looked into research around people being able to, I don't know, if we can aim for teens, Black and brown, poor, and or abilities. So I feel like one, this is a restriction, could restrict those with abilities issues. And two, as a teenager, I'm gonna probably not buy from my local liquor store near my school. Do we have any data or anything on how this has worked or caused harm in other areas? At this level, not density ordinances, but either one of you?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So obviously we have reams of data to show that higher density is worse outcomes, right? So higher density, we have more intimate partner violence, we have more youth drinking, we have more OWIs, we have more graffiti. So that's the evidence on high density. So high density equals worse outcomes.
Does this change density though, or does this individualize us to make a choice on density at a council level?
So it's a prohibition unless the council, this committee and the council expressly say, we are allowing this for this reason. So it both creates a blanket prohibition, but also allows that individualization.
And how does this help for those? I'm going to ask one more question, then I'll let someone else go. I see the other hands. How does this, I see the from ResG, and it talks about harms that could be caused for those around abilities. And it's not like they don't argue for it, but I just want to bring it to the council and have it on record that it also for those that financially can't afford to, that this also can be a hinder. And I'm not talking about thinking in anyone's brain of those of people of color, or that struggle in our brain. Let's not be thinking of alcoholism, but of that like to drink and still can't get to it. So I'll leave it at that and leave it to Ms. Farley and maybe come back.
All right. Can I just ask a short one, and we'll move on? To me, this looks significantly narrower of a change than the one that came before here.
Correct.
So I think many members may be thinking of some of the proposed changes from the previous version that we saw. This is much different, as you mentioned.
Yes.
Ms. Farley.
Yeah. So I had a couple of questions about, I guess first and foremost, some of the data that you shared with us. I really appreciate you compiling that and bringing it and sharing it and making it available to the community. One thing you mentioned when we were specifically looking at deaths by county was that Dane County was the second in the state. Dane County is also the second in the state from a population standpoint. So was there any standardization between like overall deaths and the population of the county, like per capita?
Yes, the alcohol attributable death dashboard from the state did control for population. But yeah, I think you're making a good point, and I appreciate you asking the question. So we understand that we're looking at population size, and we are leading when it comes to rates, and not merely just because we have a higher number of people who live here in Dane County than the majority of the counties in the state.
Yeah, that's really helpful to understand. Thank you. Oh, and then you also talked about the, I can't remember the acronym that was used, but like the kind of for folks that were pulled over, kind of where they were coming from. What was the acronym?
Pulled, place of last drink.
Thank you. Is there data representing, because I think there was just kind of this like other category that could mean like a private residence, or they just gave like a bar. Is that able to be like separated out where we could kind of infer that, you know, if it was a bar, it was a class B versus like a private location?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that something we could potentially look at?
Yep, absolutely. And happy to bring any of that information to this group and share it out as much as we can. One effort so we do have the polled data beyond Madison. We have it for all of Dane County, so we can do it municipality by municipality. We can look at the license holder. And one of the efforts we've been making in partnership with Madison Police is trying to improve the data collection, and also working with state partners to try to embed it in the track system. So again, it's something that it's easier for the officer to collect in the moment, because again, it's a little imperfect. We have a lot of missing data, and we're definitely working on trying to improve the data collection so it's much more usable for, again, like the ALRC, as you're making decisions about licenses and moving forward. And also, so if we do see that there's a retailer who maybe is struggling, maybe they don't even know that they are being named in these situations as often as they are, we can also help, work with them one-to-one on education, maybe bringing in some additional training for their staff and trying to create solutions. Because again, the goal in all of this is to improve conditions for health and safety. It's not necessarily about trying to have a punitive measure towards a retailer. I think we're all trying to work towards a safer environment, and that's how we would also like to use the polled data.
Yeah. So are those like free text like answers that the officers are submitting, or are they kind of selecting that generic response as like a data point? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. It's free text, so there is a level, like we do have to go through and abstract the data and account for spelling errors and things like that as well. So sure. Yeah, again, we're hoping that with working to embed it in tracks, it'll improve some of the data abstraction and collection, but right now it is free text.
Okay. Yeah, I would be really interested in kind of seeing that Class B versus other category, even if they don't name a specific location, what we can infer that they're coming from a Class B establishment. Sorry, my last question here, and I think Alder Glenn had mentioned this too. I just want to kind of, maybe this is more of a statement, but the terminology used for like the services for the unhoused, and I think I expressed this the last time we discussed this. My concern with this is also the point that Alder Glenn made that, we're associating unhoused with alcoholism in some way. But also I feel like the description of this can be pretty vague. There's a lot of, organizations that in some ways provide some services to some people that are unhoused. And so if that's the terminology that we're using, I would want to make sure that we have a really clear definition of what that actually means. And I think we have one that's kind of like living in our heads right now. But I would want that to be part of the ordinance.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I guess I am now a little bit confused because the chair mentioned that this was less information, but we are in Class B to this. So now we're talking about everybody. And I'm even more concerned now on regards to the grandfathering in the existing locations and how is that going to be managed for new people that comes in. Like if we have are we going to grandfather an address? Or are we going to grandfather a business on this process? What is that? How does that look like?
I think Attorney McReynolds would be best suited to answer that.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. So if you look at the version 3, the second substitute, the exceptions, the prohibition in this paragraph does not apply to any of the following. Premises covered by a license on June 30th, 1947. Premises covered by a license prior to the occupation of real property within 300 feet thereof by any school, hospital, place of worship, library, entity serving unhoused individuals, treatment facility, or another Class A or Class B license. And then the other exception that no one's talked about yet, but I'm sure will come up, is restaurants. So the thing that is covered is the premise. That's what the exception would be. And so this these sort of limitations would not apply to a premise that already exists or exists before a library goes up next to it or something like that, if that's your concern. And then the other thing that kind of you can factor in is that this can be waived by the purposeful and express waiving by a majority vote of the council.
So actually that's what I was going after, the restaurant specifically. So if I have two restaurants on a mall strip, there's 3 or 4 restaurants in there, and they all have licenses. Are they that address is grandfathered in forever, or a new business comes in and we will not give them a license?
So restaurants are exempt completely from this.
Okay.
So restaurants can be within 300 feet of each other.
Okay.
And they could get that Class B license if they're a legit restaurant. If they are, if their alcohol is less than 50% of its gross receipts.
So not a tavern then? Taverns are not excluded?
Well, no. So if a tavern then, say in your example, there's 2 restaurants next to each other now. One of them leaves and stops being a restaurant and a bar wants to come in within 300 feet. That's when this would kick in. And so the kind of default would be that a bar cannot be within another 300 feet of a Class A, so of a liquor store or of a restaurant, because a restaurant has a Class B, unless the ALRC and then the council votes with a majority vote and waives that condition. Does that help explain it a little better?
Yes, I think so. I'm good for now.
Okay, further questions? Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, are you with us?
I have a couple questions. So, I'm very concerned about small businesses. Some of these are family businesses. A lot of them are owned by immigrants. So my question is that if X liquor store, gas station wants to sell, and then the next person coming in is going to have to get their own liquor license. Under this, would they be able to get their liquor license? So that's my first question. My second question is, who's going to tell the applicant that they can't get their liquor license at X place? Because I don't want that person paying the money just to find out they can't get it. So where is the process and making sure they know what this ordinance is before they give up whatever the amount of money is? I'm also concerned about, now I'm going to third question, about two things. Marginalize, the word marginalize, neighborhoods, areas that affects Black, brown, and yellow people specifically. I believe this is targeting, and not every person that lives in whatever income neighborhood it is someone who is abusing alcohol. So I do have a problem with that. And my final, I won't say final because I have other questions in my mind, so I won't say final. But my other concern is when I look at this map, I see the same areas that have a concentration still gets to have a concentration, and everyone else doesn't. Can you answer those for me?
I think Attorney McReynolds, you might answer the first one.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. So the first one is, could a liquor store that already exists sell their store and the next place could maintain a license? Was that the question?
Right. The new owner wants to get a license.
Yes. I think, yes, that this would allow that.
And can I ask a follow-up to that specific one, Attorney McReynolds? This would also allow it at whenever the ALRC has a majority votes and puts it on the record, and the council has majority votes and puts it on the record.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I can also answer the second question about who is going to tell them. I think Alder Vitiver could also weigh in, but this map, this kind of a map would be available to the general public. And I do think that, the text of the ordinance is separate from how it's going to be implemented by the clerk's office. And I can't speak for the clerk's office, but they should be telling people if they're within 300 feet now of a school, a hospital, a church, or now we're changing it to place of worship. But already now in the state law, that's what's supposed to be happening, is we are supposed to be looking at who is within 300 feet of a school, hospital, place of worship. And so, that is going to be something that has to be added into the official process. And I'm pretty sure, though, they don't pay the money until a license is approved. So it's not like they're paying money and then they don't get their license. People do the application, and then if they, don't get their license, they don't lose out on that money. But I think the thing that could be communicated to folks is, this location is right next to a school. It's 300 feet within a school. So by default, you're not supposed to have this business there. they can learn that up front and then decide whether or not they want to pursue the application. They could choose to have a business somewhere else, or they could keep going with it and make their argument in front of you all at the ALRC and then to the council to argue why the council should override or waive those requirements. So that's kind of how it would work in practice. Is I think that it's going to have to be the clerk's office telling folks, if they're too close to one of these locations. And then I will pass the rest of the questions. I think Alder Vitever might have better answers.
Yeah, and I did just want to point out there is a ResJ analysis in the packet, but that is for the old version. So there has not been a ResJ analysis of the second substitute because it was just entered on Monday. But again, it will be, it will be essentially just expanding those entities beyond state law a bit. And again, 300 feet is a football field, so not that far. And this is really designed to actually increase equity because right now, you can have an alder who really doesn't want additional alcohol licenses in a particular area and will stand up and say no. And you can have another alder who says, I don't care, and they won't say anything. So this puts really everyone on an even playing field across the city, knowing, again, in advance what's within 300 feet and where they can be without any concern, and where it will take them effort to try to convince both this committee and the council that they should be there.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Alder Knox.
Thank you. Is it, I don't know, is it Dr. Wesker?
Yeah.
I have a few questions for you. You mentioned you definitely mentioned some health disparities, I guess, related to, I don't know if you used the word Black or persons of color, related to alcohol consumption. And I guess my question for you is, isn't it true that Blacks have health disparities across particularly all health categories that you would have? Is that not true?
We see many inequities in health outcomes among people of color versus white people in Dane County. A lot of the time that I spend working in this area is on overdose and overdose prevention, where, we could talk for a long time about what those inequities look like. But the point we were making earlier is just to be aware that there is a difference in health outcomes when it comes to who is experiencing sort of an immediate impact of an alcohol-related injury versus who is experiencing more of a long-term and chronic health impact due to an alcohol-attributed condition.
But we probably could find those health disparities for that population in cancer, kidney disease, diabetes, you name it, probably most health conditions, wouldn't you say?
Yes, there are many inequities when it, especially in Dane County, when it comes to looking at white people in general versus communities of color.
Okay, all right. And for Alder Vitever, and I guess the last substitute map that you displayed is very small, so I guess I was looking at the last map that was provided to us all. It just seems like to me that when I look at that map, and I look particularly at my district in that map, and I would say my district probably has fewer alcohol outlets than a lot of districts, but it seems like I have a lot of gray areas, particularly on the I guess the south of Winger Street on Park Street and on Rimrock Street. But I see a lot of gray area, you know, in other areas. So can you kind of, you know, give me an explanation for that?
So the dots, the blue dots.
Not the dots, the gray areas.
Yeah. So the blue dots are Class B licenses. The
Right.
green dots are Class A licenses. So there's a 300-foot radius around each of them. And then there is a 300-foot radius around schools, places of worship, hospitals, treatment centers, libraries, et cetera. So for example, you've got a library on South Park Street. So that's going to contribute to a 300-foot radius, right?
It's hard to, you know, pinpoint this map, you know, but I'm looking at.
Right. And so this would all be provided in a GIS map by the city and would be allow people to zoom in. I mean, it's not here, right? You have a static map, but this was done with GIS. So, you know, our planning department developed this, and it will be able to be dynamic for anyone and everyone to zoom in and see what is on the map. And again, what the gray areas represent. And I will point out the other thing about this map, that a lot of the white areas are the areas where it's just not zoned for being able to have alcohol outlets of a sort. So most of the place where you see a lack of ability to have an alcohol license is because of zoning, not because of the gray areas.
It just seems like wherever you have a dot, like one area, I have one dot in the center, but it's a pretty wide area of gray. So maybe that reflects there might be a school or something else in that area that's not represented on this map. Should I make that assumption?
Right. So again, the dots are the existing Bs and As,
I got that. Yeah.
and the gray areas are plus everything else. So
yeah, but you can't see those other
I understand that.
prohibited.
I understand
so
that, but
it's kind of hard to from what I'm seeing, I don't have that many dots in my district, but I have an awful lot of gray areas in my district. So that's just my.
Well, you know your district better than I, so you certainly know where your schools and libraries, et cetera, are. So you would know where those are.
Well, I'm not going to pinpoint them on this map out of my head. No. Okay, but anyway, that's just my first observation. I don't know if that's by accident or not, but that's just something that I observed. And my next question is, can I read myself? Oh yeah, my question is, so let's say you have a facility a building, and someone has a liquor license in that building, and then you have other businesses in there, and they want a liquor license. Would this apply to a building like that? And I'm just off my head, I'm thinking, for an example, the Hub, which may have several businesses with liquor licenses in it. So would this invalidate some of those other businesses from having a liquor license?
I believe that all the businesses in the Hub are actually restaurants. I'm not sure about
They are not
the wine and cupcake bar, if they're considered a tavern or a restaurant, but I believe all of the other entities.
Well, they actually want to get a liquor license when they're hosting events. So that's not the case. You may have a couple of businesses that may want to host an event and serve, and get a liquor license. So they've already talked to me about that. So how would that go? Maybe the attorney can, clarify that.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah, Attorney McReynolds. Let's say that a situation arises where, like at the Hub, there's several businesses with alcohol licenses, and another business wants to move in. Could the ALRC waive the prohibition as long as we have the majority votes and articulate it on the record? And if the council does the same, that could be waived. We can use. So
Yes.
Okay. Further questions from Alder Knox?
Nope, that's it. I just was thinking of a particular situation. And I do have one point of question. So will I be able to engage in a discussion on this topic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve my time then.
Well, there will be a period where the committee can debate before a vote.
Thank you.
Alder Verveer, do you have any questions? Okay. Some of the questions that I'm hearing, and I don't know what exactly happened, but the version that I'm looking at now is different than what I was looking at earlier. And I think what we have before us is significantly less broad and concerning, and is not at all what we already considered just a few months ago. So I'll just leave that there, and we'll go to second rounds for committee members, beginning with Alder Glenn.
Maybe this is a attorney question. I remember that we had a rule with restaurants during COVID where you could pick up liquor, have it outside, and be able to take it home, right? Like, I know there's still one with, like, if it's not cracked open. What is the rule right now for Class B tavern entertainment to have walkouts?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, I don't know the exact rules about what can be brought out, but sealed bottles can be brought out of a Class B. I also see Deputy Clerk Verbeck has his hand raised, and he might have a more specific answer.
Okay.
Yeah, any container that's originally sealed, as well as any cocktails in a tamper evident sealed container as well.
Thank you. I'll save the rest for discussion.
All right, Ms. Westra. You're muted.
Attorney McReynolds, the comment was made that this extends slightly the existing state law. Can you go over with us what the difference, what additional this will have for changes for us above and beyond the state law that is already in place and it is already the law?
Yep. So the law currently, I can give you a cite for anyone who wants to follow along in their Wisconsin statutes. It's 12568 sub 3. And so right now in the state law, no Class A or Class B can be within 300 feet of the main entrance of a public or parochial school, tribal school, hospital, or church, except if that prohibition is waived by a majority vote of the governing body of the municipality. So that's the state laws, no Class A or Class B. And it specifically says that the distance has to be measured by the shortest route along the highway from the main entrance of the school, hospital, or church to the main entrance of the establishment. I don't know when, but at some point, the city of Madison added libraries. So that's why in the ordinance, it's currently libraries added to that. And so then in addition to libraries, this ordinance would add entities with the primary purpose of providing services to unhoused individuals, treatment facilities as defined in state statute chapter 51, or other Class A or B licenses. So that would be the new part of this ordinance.
Mr. Verbeck, do you have anything to add? Or is that for something else? Okay. Okay. Any further questions? Ms. Westra?
No, I'll save the rest for discussion.
Okay. Ms. Farley?
Yes. I have a question for Deputy City Clerk Verbeek. So we were discussing the cost that an applicant would be associated with an applicant if they were, kind of within these confines, but still wanted to submit their application with that majority vote provision. They would still have to pay an application fee, though, correct?
Yeah, it's technically a publication fee. It's a $100 fee. It goes towards noticing the application in the newspaper, as well as sending postcards to any residents within 300 feet.
Okay. So then the applicant would essentially be more or less kind of taking a little bit of a gamble, knowing that it's not something that would be on, it would have to get like a special approval for them to even bring it to getting special approval.
Yeah, I would just add to, I know we talked about the clerk's office notifying. I would say right now in our software, for our licensing software, we don't currently have the means to tell an applicant whether or not they're within 300 feet of any premises that would otherwise prohibit them or be in this gray area where they would need that special explicit sign off from the ALRC and the Common Council. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm sure IT might be able to find a way to get us that GIS way that it would automatically have I know in some licenses or some addresses, there's a condition or whatever that pops up in our licensing software that tells us certain things that is about an address. I don't know if they could add something like that. Just saying right now we don't have the means, but it's possible that we could with help.
Okay. Ms. Carter.
Yeah, Jim, along the same lines, would that applicant get refunded their $100, or is that just the amount of investment,
Yeah, they would not.
so to speak?
Yep, because
Okay.
at that point, we would already invested that money in the publication and the postcards. So we'd already have exhausted what the purpose of that money was for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like no one else is seeking to ask a second question. So I think it'd be appropriate to move on to the next registrants. Then we can do questions for staff. Then we can have a discussion and so on. Sound good? Who's next?
As mentioned earlier, there's only two registrants. One is Nick Payavak, and he's in support, not wishing to speak. And the other is David Aguio, who is in opposition and available to answer questions.
Can we have David Aguayo come up? I have a question. Thank you. Yeah, wherever. All right, so what we have in front of us is different than what I came here expecting. Do you see this new version, this second substitute, third version?
I have seen it, yes.
Okay.
Is it on? Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, and your organization was opposed to the previous versions?
And this one as well.
And this one as well. Okay. Do you want to just describe briefly why you're still opposed?
Thank you for the question. We're still opposed to this for a variety of reasons. And I guess from the start, it's not necessarily less broad. In the words of the authors, it's actually a prohibition. So it's more broad on everything. But also it stifles business innovation in that it doesn't take into account the different neighborhood characteristics and what they need, to Alder Knox's point. The third point, this is a solution in search of a problem in that ALRC already does this work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And just for, so everyone knows, can you say who you're representing?
Yes, my name is David Aguayo, and I represent the Board of Directors for the Greater Madison Chamber of Commerce.
All right. Are there any questions, any other questions for David? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any questions for the other registrant available to answer questions? Seeing none, thank you. I think you feel free to stay. I wouldn't be surprised if more questions come up, but right now would be appropriate if there are any additional questions for staff. Or if not, then a motion. Ms. Westra.
So, one question before I make a motion, since this isn't, the motion would just be a recommendation?
Yes, what we would do is make a recommendation to the Common Council.
Okay, I would like to move that we recommend that this ordinance get placed on file.
Second.
Second.
So placed on file without prejudice?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is placed on file without prejudice. First, Ms. Westra, second, Ms. Carter. Any discussion?
And I can articulate the reasons why. I think if there are gaps that we need to be following, I think we need better data from public health and from the clerk's office around current density issues. I think that's something that we can take onto account, but to add more onus on top of this and make it harder for small businesses to really understand that, hey, maybe we'll approve it, maybe we won't. If we don't approve a liquor license, we have to put on the reason why we're not approving it. So then we would just have to go through this again. The other thing is the example that's given about the liquor license holder that came through the council, came through ALRC, but the council didn't give it to them. I'll give a slight history lesson on that. That was Quick Trip when Stop and Go came over on the corner of downtown by the Alchemy over in that corner. The neighborhood used density as an excuse because they were upset that they lost their postal substation and then they lost the laundromat. We approved it because there was Stop and Go had liquor. It had no problems. Quick Trip has no problems. They do great IDing. We approved it. It went to council and it didn't pass because of the neighborhood opposition, and they used density as the excuse to not pass it. But it was because of the uproar around the changes there. Quick Trip pulled out. There's a high-rise there now. They don't have any convenience store there, and they still lost the postal substation and the laundromat. So in general, I think if we are given better data, we can make better choices on density. We don't need this. We do not need this ordinance. It's just, once again, shows Madison's difficult to do business in, and it will be a bigger mess of having these extra guidelines in place outside of the state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farley.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can use this discussion as like an opportunity to define, because
thank you.
Ms. Westra mentioned kind of better data a couple of times, and I think it's important for us to kind of define what we're looking for when we say better data. So I would like to see personally, and I mentioned this earlier, some of the poll data representing, what we can assume to be a person coming from a Class B establishment, whether they replied and named license holder or just said, bar or restaurant, versus what we can assume to be a private residence, versus, the individual didn't respond at all. But I would like to hear from other folks on the committee, like, when we say better data, like what we're actually looking for, so that the health department representative and our alder can prepare that for the next meeting.
Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I agree. I think we, as a employee of public health, I think it is important that we study things, but even in studying, evidence is only as good as the people who were studying it from. And typically, when we're reaching out, the amount of voices that are Black and brown aren't often at the table. And so we always have to have a crux in who's being asked. I would love to see public health get out into the community and ask what it is. I'd love to see more around council using their voice in that to be able to leverage and get into communities like we do with budget sessions, like we do with other things, and gather and bring the EPIs and bring public health to the table, not just with the data that leans one way or another, but the whole picture, because there's a bigger picture to this conversation than, yes, alcohol. As someone who has 23 years sobriety, alcohol, we have learned in the last year, is not good for anybody. That's only part of the story, though. There's self-determination. There's being an adult. There's me being able to make choice for myself and my body. And so we have to be able to bring data in that leverages out all factors, small business, restaurants that can do carry out. So we don't have class A. We have class B, but they can all go pick up liquor. But now they're paying double from a bar rather than from a liquor store. I don't like that it has the unhoused in there. I don't like that we're wrapping in substance use in facilities. There's a self-determination as someone who understands around what it looks like and how non-linear it is to be sober. We have to leverage out data properly and make sure we're doing it. Educate the community, educate the youth on what it does to their body. Start there, use public health voice and not just their data, and leverage what we believe in, which is you go into the well and find out what's wrong, and then you treat the well. We don't just over and punitive and over police the situation or use evidence for restriction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Yes, I just feel that this is a prohibition and we know how that worked. It did not. I also feel that there comes a time when we have to support small businesses where they can, could be the life and death of their business. And I think that each alder can go out into their district and hold a meeting and find out what that district wants. And a lot of times alders don't want to do that. I know that when I was an alder, maybe I did it too many times, but I just think that this is adding another layer where there doesn't need to be a layer. And I want to also thank Ms. Oster to that coming up with what the Quick Trip, because that was absolutely the truth on how that happened. And the results is a high rise. And I will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Alder Knox.
Thank you. The Alcohol Review Committee's mission is to not only serve city residents, but businesses as well. And the LRC serves particularly small businesses, often family businesses, and often immigrant businesses. And I just feel that this version is interesting because I think this version is a lot more restrictive than the original proposal that this commission rejected previously. I think this proposal will have negative impact on potential community businesses who often support nonprofit programs and neighborhood programs and support issues that occur in the neighborhood. While there are a number of liquor stores or liquor selling establishments that may have a correlation with alcohol use, I don't doubt that. That does not make it a cause of alcoholism. I think this proposal and similar versions have been rejected because I think there are other ways to get to the issue of increased alcoholism. I didn't hear any discussion talking about education programs and treatment programs that are vital to addressing that critical issue. I know that there are multiple liquor selling outlets where citizens can choose to responsibly purchase alcohol. And I think that's an individual issue. And I just don't think there's any need for these prohibition policies to address a problem that can be addressed through education, treatment, and in some cases, enforcement. And I guess I just have to also add, in looking at the latest map, it seems to me that where I live in a district that has very few alcohol establishments, selling establishments relative to other districts, it seems as if there's a lot of these gray areas that prohibit opportunities for people to perhaps walk to purchase liquor, versus having to drive to a grocery store or a big box store, which I think could contribute to even more problems that we're trying to address. So I encourage this committee to not support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? The motion is Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I think it's been very helpful. So I want to begin by thanking President Vitavere for bringing this issue to the forefront. Obviously, it's something that you've put a lot of time and effort into, literally years, I believe. I think you first discussed it with me over 2 years ago at this point. Might have been our first conversation or maybe even longer. So I want to say that first and foremost. To the Council President's credit, she's discussed her initiative with me on several occasions. What you see in the second substitute is frankly an outgrowth of a conversation we had on Sunday where I said this is probably all that I could support. And so it was my idea, in a way, I'll just disclose at the outset, that we build on this state statute from 1947 that we've always ignored. And I mean ignored. I've served on this committee for over 20 years, and we have always ignored Chapter 125, 0.68, sub 3. And I've wondered from time to time, how come we can ignore it and nobody cares? And I figure that most members of the ALRC and the council aren't even aware of the state law because we ignore it. And I thought that it was a logical approach to allowing us at the committee to get more information as to what the densities are. I appreciate that for the most part, the city clerk's office does provide us, when they have the staff to do so, a map that you see on tonight's packet that accompanies most of our applications. But the map, with no disrespect certainly intended, isn't all that informative generally, because it doesn't even say if it's a Class A or a Class B or what the business is, and maybe even just a screenshot of Google Maps would give us more information because it would list some of the businesses on the maps. So I thought that this would be a way to, if the clerk's office could, to actually be able to give us that data, that information. Because I think, as the council president said, again, from my history, it is hit or miss what information we get from the alders of the district, from neighborhood associations, from the police captains, et cetera. It really is based on the personality, the time that they have, and so forth. So we don't we don't have consistent information, and we never have had consistent information. So I thought this was something that would actually get us some helpful information. If this was adopted, my assumption was that in excess of 90% of the applications would still be approved. We just have the knowledge that it's within 300 feet of X, Y, and Z, and that we would actually have to say, as part of the motion, or in the discussion at least, that we are aware that it's within 300 feet and we're waiving it. Kind of like an exercise that some of us on the city council went through last night as a result of a Dane County Circuit Court decision, because we didn't articulate the right language in a previous decision on a land use matter. So in any event, I thought that this, in the spirit of compromise, was something that could be supported. As you said, Chair, at the outset, this is drastically different from the original, drastically different from the substitute. I appreciate the author agreeing to, no offense again with this phrase, but allowing this to be watered down to the point that it really isn't a prohibition of anything. It just says that we have to have the information that it's within 300 feet, and and that we should, as the language used is language that I guess you said I recommended in our phone conversation, but that we in essence knowingly are waiving that information. So waiving the prohibition that, again, has been in state law since 1947. I'd be curious, and this isn't a question of our legal counsel, but I would be curious, maybe at our legal counsel's convenience, if she might pose on the municipal attorney's listserv the question of what do other municipalities do with this 1947 provision, because we've always ignored it in the city of Madison, again, as long as I've had the privilege of being on the city council. And I wonder if other municipalities just ignore it as well. As you know, Chair, from your day job, the legislature and the 3-tier alcohol beverage businesses in our state went through a laborious rewrite of Chapter 125 over the last few years. That's a product of compromise, and they didn't touch this provision with one word. So maybe maybe everyone ignores this provision, and that's why the industry is fine with it being in here all these decades at this point, because it's not really enforced perhaps by most municipalities. So anyway, that's just my thought on this. It sounds like there's very little support on the committee for the second substitute, and I respect that. But from my perspective, again, as someone that's been here a long time, I don't see this as being dramatic at all. I still presume that everyone would still apply. This provision has been, again, in the ordinances for generations at this point, and it hasn't inhibited anyone from applying for a license now, to my knowledge, and I just assume that would continue, and we just would have that information, and we would be constantly waiving the prohibition. But I admit that is a little more work for all of us, including our friends in the clerk's office, if this became law, and so certainly it's not something that I feel strongly about, frankly, either way. I will say I was with all of you, and some of you remember when we last discussed this at length, I had a lot of concerns that I articulated on the record about the original ordinance amendment that was proposed, and I hear all of you loud and clear again tonight, and I said the same thing several months ago when we last discussed this, that it would have a disparate impact on entrepreneurs of color. I was concerned about that we were, the last substitute had supermajority votes, which I found to be unhelpful, and disparate treatment perhaps for pharmacies and supermarkets and all that stuff. So I think this is something that would not be problematic and wouldn't have the dramatic impact that some of my colleagues respectfully believe it will. But I understand their concerns and their arguments that we try to do a pretty good job here at the committee, and we know it when we see it, and we take each application one by one. And I'll, at this point, I guess, wrap up, because I know we've had many applicants sit here for hours now patiently waiting for for us to get their applications. So I honestly don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I might be the one vote in support of it, perhaps, or it might be a unanimous vote tonight. Thanks for hearing my perspective.
Are there any further points of discussion? Yes.
So I just wanted to try to paint an analogy. So I think my fellow alders, former alders, certainly are familiar with Complete Streets. Perhaps other committees members aren't as familiar with that, but that's a policy that we created in this city, Complete Streets, to prioritize walkers and bikers. We did that because we recognize that when people walk and bike, they are healthier and our climate is healthier. So that's an example of a policy that's designed to improve the health, safety, and welfare for our community. And that's what this is designed to do. I fully understand the argument that you feel that you can do that at any time. I also understand that the committee changes, the makeup of the committee, with the exception of Alder Verveer. But the committee changes. So there can be different ideas between different individuals about what is protecting the health, safety, and welfare of our community. This does help to provide those guideposts to say, this is an important thing to us, we take it seriously, and we're going to discuss it. And that's really all it says. So obviously you'll vote your conscience, but I'm asking you to think about it in more global terms and try to take your own personal perspective of what you believe you can do as a committee member out of this, and think about what this is setting up for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Further points of discussion? Alder Knox, your hand is up, but all right, and it's back down again. So I think we're ready for a vote. Ms. Farley.
I have a question. So the motion on the table is to move to, sorry, what is the motion on the table?
The motion before the body is to place on file, to recommend to the Common Council that this be placed on file without prejudice.
Okay. And so if the motion passes because it's without prejudice, that in no way prevents like additional proposal later on and doesn't at any time, right?
Right. And did someone else want to answer? This could be referred back from the council to us in the future.
Thank you for the clarification.
Do you have a process subcommittee?
We do have a subcommittee on process that theoretically this could be referred to. So with that, I think we'll do a voice vote unless someone requests otherwise. So if you're a voting member, unmute. The question once again is to recommend to council to place on file without prejudice. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Roll call.
Okay, Mr. Verbeek, will you call the roll?
I couldn't figure out who did what, so.
All right. Alder Glenn?
Aye.
Alder Glenn, aye. Alder Verveer? No. Alder Verveer, no. Ms. Farley?
No.
Ms. Farley, no. Ms. Westra?
Aye.
Ms. Westra, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Ms. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. Carter, aye. Chair, the vote is 4 ayes and 2 noes.
Okay, so the motion passes. This is recommended to be placed on file. Next on our agenda is item 42, 21 plus entertainment license for the Stuffed Olive.
Chair, can I do a motion for a 5-minute break?
Sure, we can Any objection? Seeing none, we'll be back at 8:21.
actually just classifies as a commercial. Oh, it says property type, gas and store. So if we were able to pull that from your sales system, that parcel number, I can definitely do a little damage here. I can create a freaking template with some macros that can combine this data. But again, NPD started doing their mass, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. So yeah, it tells me it's a field called property type in the assessor's office. That's very, very good. Be like, he would tell me, took the car around, you have Uber. We do have to put that in. It's absolutely.
I just want to know, are we back? I hear mics are live, just so that everyone.
Oh, yeah, we're close. We have quorum, I believe, so do you want?
Gustav. So we might missing.
No, we have quorum.
Okay, can you call?
We'll do a roll call when we start.
Okay. I don't know, because the next one on the agenda is in, oh, there he is. Okay, so we are ready to get started. Mr. Verbeek, can you call the roll?
Sure. Alder Glenn?
She's there.
Here.
Okay. Alder Revere? Here. Alder Revere is here. Alder Glenn is here. Mr. Bruchuk?
Here.
Ms. Bruchuk is here. Ms. Farley?
Here.
Ms. Farley is here. Ms. Westra?
All right, here.
Ms. Westra's here. Alder Figueroa Cole? Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is here. And Ms. Carter?
Present.
Here we have quorum.
Excellent. Next on our agenda is item 42, the Stuffed Olive, 21-plus entertainment license. And our registrant
is Anthony DeSalvo, and he is here in person. If you want to take a seat on one of the mics and just hit the button and turn on.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We have people that love our restaurant. Good evening.
Hi. So, you can explain your request. What do you plan to do in terms of entertainment?
Sure. So it's, if you've ever been there, it's a 114-seat restaurant, serves small plates, martinis, and so on. What we seek to do is, the license is obviously entertainment 21 plus. It's all encompassing. We'd like to have a DJ, but not what you would consider a DJ with a DJ booth and so on. Just later at night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, maybe Fridays and Saturdays, playing jazz or blues or something a little bit more as an alternative to maybe something more the opposite side of the spectrum. No dancing. There's no dance floor. There's nothing. Just a little bit more than background music. The other thing we want to do is we would like to have something more than just a single acoustical performer. Maybe have a jazz or blues or something. We have a brunch that we're running to promote, and we would like to be able to have that as an alternative as well. If I may, I do apologize. I do expect this is not an every Friday, Saturday thing. I'm expecting maybe once a month, maybe twice a month, maybe if it's a special occasion kind of thing. This is not going to be something that's going to be, well, if it goes by well, perhaps, but not on the outset, something that's going to happen all the time.
Okay. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So we are in 42, right?
That's correct.
Madison? Yes. So on regards to the type of music, I hear you saying that is for a specific music. Are you open to have a more diversified type of entertainment?
Sure. From jazz blues to, goodness gracious, it could be Taylor Swift. Sure. Right now, we haven't thought about anything more beyond that, just because the decor of the type of environment, it's much more lower key than one would really expect. But yes is the answer. We're looking to, we've had people that have come in to say, hey, we would like to play, Eastern European pop. I'm not kidding you. Somebody came on in and said, well, sure, we'll entertain that.
So you're thinking, so you don't really have like a full business plan, or right now you're just thinking on a specific type of music, but not really like, like some places that they offer like Latino nights or the blues nights or, like different type of cultural music? That's a good question. We have the Roxy and the Stuffed Olive and the Double Tap. So we wouldn't want to double up on the types of music we have. Like at Roxy, we have the Spasmatics 80s music. We have Latin night. We've got Double Tap. I don't expect that to be happening, but we want to offer a different alternative. Does that answer your question? Yes. I mean, I'm curious because we are like, the city struggles to bring that cultural type of places of entertainment for different groups in the city. So we've been brainstorming on how to bring more cultural people into the field. But at the same time, I'm also thinking, well, we can all do our part on opening the spaces for all type of people. So I feel like that will be a question that I'm going to be asking everyone that asks for entertainment license, and you were the first one I asked.
No, it's a very good question. I'm very open to really almost anything. We'd like to do a proof of concept first, but I'm love doing it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
But you wouldn't probably try to compete with the Roxy, right?
No,
it's
no.
different. It's the same business, but you're hitting different.
Completely different types of experiences, but by design, as Alder Revere knew from the beginning, and you guys did as well.
All right, Ms. Carter.
Yes, Anthony, can you tell me how big your place is again?
We have 100. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We have 114 seats. We need to be able to do this. We're guesstimating we have to take out anywhere between 6 and 10 seats. So capacity of 10 would be 100. And like I want to reinforce, Zippo dance floor. There's simply no space for it.
Okay. So your capacity would be lowered on the days that you decide to have the entertainment, whatever entertainment you decide to have.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you said 21 and over, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have the ability to check IDs.
Oh, we do that all the time. We had a compliance check we passed for flying colors just recently, so that's a normal MO where there's absolutely no gray area on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
What are the hours of operation?
We are open Monday through Thursday from 3 p.m. until 1:30, and we're open on Friday from 11 a.m. until 1:30. And then Saturday and Sunday, we open for brunch at 10 a.m. And we're open till the normal bar time.
Is this on the new BRT route?
I'm sorry?
Is this on the new rapid transit route, Route A?
Is it?
Yeah,
Sure.
it's,
Sorry. It's at the Olive at the corner of State and Gorham.
Yeah, I'm not
The-
very familiar. I was at the theater the other day and the bus was right there. I was like, hey. So that's also very good to also promote that kind of connection.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right, Lieutenant Ragtke.
Thank you. Recognizing it's a completely different venue than the Roxy, Captain Hartman did want me to mention that we have had multiple issues at the Roxy. To be fair, it appears that we're seeing a lot of positive progress there. I spoke with some officers today that said that employees at the Roxy have been very supportive when officers do go there and willing to work out with the officers and drop what they're doing to help the officers' investigation. So we do appreciate that. But again, Captain Hartman and us and we would like to see a little more stabilization on the Roxy before we support this with glowing colors. Also similar at Double Tap, we have had multiple instances of underagers telling us that they go there regularly because it's viewed as an arcade and that the staff only checks at the bar, etc. So just throw that out.
Can I comment on that or no? I don't know what the decorum is.
Well, we're, the committee members get a chance to ask questions.
I apologize.
So just to follow up on these comments, so do you have any suggestions on the type of conditions you would like to see on this license? Tim, did he left us?
Sorry, wrong button. I did not, Captain Hartman would be the guy to talk to about that. And again, we have been seeing, I think if things just continue to progress how they are and continue to improve, we'd be more supportive. I don't have a timeline on that. Captain Hartman may be able to provide that later.
Thank you.
All right. Anthony, what was your response?
The captain called me on Monday and said that if it came up, that he fully supports the fact that he would not oppose and would say yes to this. So I got a phone call personally from him. He said, so that if it did come up, that he should say to mention that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carter.
So I'm just in light of what Officer Radke just said, Anthony, I would just suggest that you stick to the type of music that you have stated here, which would be different from the other two, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Next door to you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a strong suggestion.
Any further questions? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Are you still operating the Stuffed Olive as a restaurant at all times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Serve food I'm sorry.
Oh, you can answer her question.
Yes, ma'am. Menu hasn't changed. We've actually enhanced the food items, the food offerings even more by offering brunch, which is predominantly a food-oriented day part. Most of our specials, I'd say half of them are food-oriented. So the same exact things that we said when it came before the ALRC and the Common Council initially are all being engaged.
Then I think I'm confused then about your ID checking. Are you, as if it's a restaurant, not everyone there has to be 21, but you have in here that all guests will be 21.
Yes, because we
will be carded.
We card anybody that's 21, but we voluntarily, since opening after 9 o'clock at night, we go 21 and over.
Okay.
And that's when we would want to have the DJ part, unless it was like during a brunch and so on and so forth.
Okay, but you're still a restaurant at that time.
Full menu from open to close. That's one of the conditions of our liquor license. So and that's for the record as well, if I may say, we also, for all three locations, and that we don't allow, additional ingress or egress, but no re-entry after 1 hour before we close. We've been 100% sticking to that since we opened all three locations.
Okay, thank you.
And those, do you want to have questions? Yeah, I do have a question. I was just going to say, are you okay if the same condition about reentry is on the, or no, that would, yes, on this entertainment license?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Further questions from committee members?
So I have one more question.
Alder Figueroa.
So in regards to these, I'm actually working on some MPD reporting data for the ARC, and I happen to have the Roxy information from me. So, total separate issue, but, so was this the first time the captain approached you about the issues, or are you working with them this past year to lower the service calls?
Yes. So what happened is that back in April, I got a call from the captain as well as Ms. Zalevi, and we set up a meeting in the middle of April, and we collaborated for myself and the executive general manager, Jay Burdick, for about 2 hours. Came up with a whole list of collaborative ideas that we have at Roxy. That this is a lot of the email I'm going to send you, but we came up with. Goodness gracious, we now are voluntarily closing earlier when it makes sense. We are communicating with the officers when we're departing because, Roxy has a larger capacity, so does Red Rock. So we have offered to ourselves, like I said, say, hey, we'll close earlier if it's overly busy on a Saturday night. So this way you're not going to have Red Rock and Roxy dump 700, 800 people out on the street. So we always close first. That can be validated by the police. We also keep the lights on higher. We've changed our music more. We've at Roxy go to more mellower music for the last half hour. That's noted in terms of our playlists. So we've taken those active procedures to help mitigate that. That's where I think the service calls for since April 15th have been drastically lower. That actually was the feedback I got from the captain as well as Ms. Zalevi. And then I also then followed back up on an email about 4 weeks ago, following back up in terms of how we were progressing with all those details. And we got some emphatic thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. One more question then. So are they going to do more follow-ups with you in regards to continue to see that progression?
Yeah, we are offering to do that, yes. At least once a quarter.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Lieutenant Radke.
I just playing the text message game with Captain Hartman. He said, yes, he did have that conversation regarding supporting it, but since spoke with Attorney Zalevi, and he said now he's leaning towards wanting to see improvement first. But
okay,
just an update. Thanks.
Any further questions from the committee members? Alder Verveer, if you have a question or a motion or...
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question was mostly asked and answered by Alder Figueroa Cole and you just now, Tony. Obviously, it's concerning to hear Detective Lieutenant Radke say that he has concerns. He reads the police reports.
Sure.
Is his job. He reads the police reports for all major incidents in the Central Police District and assigns them to his detectives. And I can tell you last Saturday night, the cops, as most weekend nights, still report to me that they feel like they have to babysit Roxy and have, especially at bar time, have resources in the vicinity of Roxy. So, I mean, I don't want to malign the business or not respect, that you think that progress is being made. That's great to hear. And, I appreciate that very much. But as I said, when I first walked in the room tonight and saw you, I said, we should talk about Roxy because I'm still getting concerns from the beat cops about issues there. So I don't, is there anything more you want to say? Let me put it this way. So you heard the recommendation from the police department is to not grant you another entertainment license tonight. How do you feel about holding off and waiting? By the way, they're not your neighbors, but the next item on our agenda, which we dealt with in the earlier motion, was an entertainment license for another establishment downtown that's having similar issues and a very high number of calls for service. It's Chiba Hut on West Gilman Street, and they were with us for a non-renewal meeting last month, and at that meeting we strongly discouraged them from pursuing their entertainment license that they had applied for at that point. And you heard tonight that they've withdrawn their application. I'm not saying that that Roxy and Chiba Hut are have the same set exact issues and that you two should do what they did.
Sure.
But could you just comment a little more on, would you consider holding off on this given the police, recommendation to us tonight, or do you think that, to make stuffed olives, numbers work, you really need to bring in entertainment this summer?
I'm going to match. I guess I'm really confused. I got to tell you, I'm really confused after having spoken to the captain on Monday, taking a look at the number of calls that we have drastically decreased almost to nothing over the past 2 months. Emails back and forth between the police as well as the assistant city attorney. We were told that we were for renewal, and then we left a meeting back in April that she was considering separating us for the renewal. That didn't happen because of the progress that we've been making. So I guess what do we consider it? Well, I will respect any decision that, of course, the body makes. The ALS, probably the last comment I would say is that this is completely different, same license name as I kind of start off, but completely different type of atmosphere and entertainment. I would only say that would I consider it? Sure. Yes. Would it be put out of business? Of course not. This is more of an amenity than it really is anything that's going to be something that's critical to our business, something that our kind of guests have been asking for. So I'll respect, of course, anything that the committee brings forth. Does that answer your question?
In the spirit of compromise, Tony, what would your reaction be to, as the chair mentioned, by routine practice, we would incorporate your existing 3 conditions on an entertainment license in any event. So that's not obviously a big deal to you, but in the spirit of compromise, perhaps a baby step, how about a condition that says that entertainment shall cease by a certain hour of the evening, so you could have it for your jazz brunches.
Sure.
You could have it for happy hours and so forth, but say the entertainment ceases at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock p.m. before the problems seem to present themselves at your sister establishment around the corner, and for that matter, other neighbors. I mean, were you planning to utilize this like more after dinner toward?
I was probably about
up to bar time, or was it more happy hours and
it'd be
the brunch you mentioned? Or
thought of maybe brunch, probably a third, maybe kind of happy hour-ish, probably, post-work and, happy hour, but, post-work, probably about 20%. Maybe the rest would be just, again, only on a Friday or Saturday, or maybe one day a week, from 9 o'clock on. So, as a baby step, perhaps if we're compromising, maybe
the question,
maybe,
Tony.
sure, let me give us until next couple months, maybe till the end of August, and if things go by well, and then after that we can revisit it to do it later. So this way we could have it during the day where there's really no cause for. We're not even open at Roxy. That opens up at 5 o'clock. So. Does that make sense? So I guess, sure. In the lieu of nothing, I'd rather take something, and something that would be reinforcing to the brand itself, so.
So you would definitely make use of it?
Oh, I'll definitely make use of it.
There was a condition saying that the entertainment shall cease by 9 p.m. or so.
Sure. Well, it would be, sure. My only ask would be is if we could make it not till next year, because then I could make use of it, but.
You can always reapply at any time to remove any condition on.
Same process.
Either entertainment license or an alcohol license.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could always come back whenever you want. Pardon?
What is the process? Can you please explain that?
Oh, well, maybe it's better to have the expert deputy city clerk explain it, but it would be a change of license conditions application.
Yeah, it's just a change of conditions. It's $25 application. We'll give you an orange sign, goes in front of the property, and then you appear before the ALRC and the Common Council, and then they can.
The same thing as we do now?
Yep.
Okay. If I may.
Yeah, please.
Continue on that.
Go ahead, Tony.
So I know you're referring to a specific piece here, and I don't mean to be any way to be argumentative, but we were the ones that actually asked on this past Saturday to have the police.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we asked them.
So your management contacted dispatch or cops on the street and
Cops
said,
on the street.
we think
Yeah, and we
it would
said,
be a
hey,
good
we-
idea if you had extra.
Yeah, just by virtue of, because
Resources.
we've got a great relationship with them, and there weren't any problems. We just wanted to maybe have them do a walkthrough. So that was upon our recommendation or our request that they did that, just as an FYI.
So it was because of particular
No.
incident that happened on a Saturday?
No, it was our executive general manager, Jay Burdick, was out of town, and we had a new guy. He just said, hey, why not? One of the topics that we talked about on the meeting at April 15th was constant communication between our managers as well as the police that were present on, whenever they're present within that area. So we do that. We go to them now and we say, hey, would you like to? Can you? So.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
No, that's one of the things that we've been told that we are very good at, was the fact that we were the ones that, would broach the, hey, please come on over and kind of be proactive versus the reactive piece.
Yeah, appreciate that. And if I could just say, Chair, I have a question well, I don't think I have any other follow-up questions for Tony. I do have a question for the Detective Lieutenant, though, at the appropriate time, but I know Ms. Carter's had her hand up for a while, too.
Quick question. So in regards, what kind of security do you have?
For Roxy?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh almighty. We have a head of security. We've got anywhere from 8 to 15 people. No, normally school. The volume's decreased measurably since school's let out. But we've got people at the front door. We do patron scan, we take a picture of the IDs.
You hire a firm to do your security? Or
No.
Your own
Yeah,
employees?
we have our own employees.
That do security specifically?
Yes, that's all they do. Since we opened, that's a good question, but yes. Since we
And
opened.
would you have kind of the same setup at this new place?
No, because it's completely the different type of atmosphere. There's no dancing, no dance floor. There's all seats.
Got it.
There's no people, the capacity just can't, I'm sure, never say never, but doesn't kind of reach that, critical mass, so.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to entertainment license,
Sure.
It doesn't matter, the capacity is always important to have that security layer on it. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Yes, so with all of this conversation and compromise, can Alder Revere restate the compromise? Because I thought I heard Anthony say something about waiting till August and we could put this on file without prejudice. But then he said, I'd rather have something. So can you give us the Cliff Notes, Alder Revere?
Well, thank you for the question. I haven't, nor has anyone else made a motion yet. The question.
No, but
the
it was.
question I wanted to.
It was
Yeah.
suggestions.
Yeah, so I was thinking that I would perhaps move to grant with the 3 conditions that are on their current alcohol license, which I would restate as part of the motion, and then add a condition that entertainment shall cease by, say, 9 p.m. I was going to ask the Detective Lieutenant momentarily if, on behalf of the department, if they had a recommendation on what that hour might be, like is 10 o'clock also equally appropriate, because we really don't have major incidents in the greater State Street area, at least in licensed premises, usually even at that early hour. So that was my
Right.
thinking, Ms. Carter, was
Okay.
that, but I think you might have been confused, because I think what Tony was referring to was that, well, we give him a license tonight with a restriction as to time, and then could he come back at the end of the summer or whenever in the future and
Okay.
and ask for an entertainment license without such a time restriction
Right.
on it? Isn't
That was it.
That's what you were saying,
That was
Tony?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's nodding, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That was my question, and that was actually different from what I thought you were saying. So carry on.
Okay, thank you. So if I, Chair, so Detective Lieutenant, thanks for sticking with us all night here. And I realize you're substituting for Captain Hartman. So you heard my question that I was going to ask you. Do you have any thoughts, given what you and your detectives, deal with every day in the greater State Street area. If we put a restriction on what time the entertainment would have to end, what time would you perhaps recommend on behalf of your district?
Personally, I like the 9 o'clock idea. I also like the idea of revisiting in a few months and giving him the opportunity to talk directly to Captain Hartman to reach those goals.
Okay, thanks very much, Tim. Then if there's no other folks seeking recognition, I'll move to grant with the condition that entertainment shall cease by 9 p.m. Condition number 2, the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by Madison General Ordinance, Section 38.02 at all times. Condition 3, food shall be available at all times. And then the 4th and final condition, no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. Friday or Saturday nights.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to grant with the following conditions. Entertainment shall cease by 9 p.m. Establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined in Madison General Ordinances, Section 38.02 at all times. Number 3, food shall be available at all times. And number 4, no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday or Saturday night. Is there any discussion of the motion?
I'll just say quickly the obvious that obviously we care deeply what happens at the Roxy. So,
Sure.
I'm sorry that you were maybe confused or blindsided that
Very much confused.
that the police department doesn't seem to see the progress that you see from, I'll say, the corporate office perspective. But
sure.
So, and I appreciate talking to you, offline over the coming days further about it. So, thank you.
Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about when we're talking about calls for service, as someone who uses calls for service a lot in my work, that they should be dug down on if we're going to be using them as a data set for this committee. And I just want to be careful as someone who's traveled around a lot when we're talking about music types and what people are doing, that we're not having any biases to, because as someone whose family grew up in the music capital of the world, of Austin, Texas, there's all different kinds of music, and it's actually better data that the more, the merrier, more restriction on music and music types is when the problems start happening. And so I just want to be careful as a body that we're not doing these based on music and crowd, but based on statistics and really good ones, because sometimes calls for service can be proactive. And that's great that we have really great MPD. I work alongside them regularly, and it's great that they're so proactive, but careful in the count. That's all.
Thank you. Further points of discussion? Any more questions for staff? So the motion is to grant with the standard conditions, which have been read twice now and should be familiar to everyone.
I didn't hear you the first time. Just kidding.
Does anyone want me to read them again?
I don't.
Okay. Is there any objection to passing this motion? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Thanks. I'll send you that email.
Next.
Yeah, absolutely have a conversation with the other individuals because I'm very confused. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Ian's new public hearing, new license for Ian's Pizza on State.
We have a registrant, Nikolai Stratman, in support, available to answer questions. I don't know if Nikolai is here.
Is Nikolai here in Zoom with us or in the room?
I don't see anyone with that name in Zoom, although there's someone named Strappy is just.
That's him. He's nicknamed Strappy.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay.
Okay, Strappy, can you tell us a little bit about what you plan to do? what you plan to do with your beer license, Class B beer, Class C wine?
Yes, can everyone hear me? It's been kind of confusing tonight if I was in this or not.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. We've been in the Old Children's Museum since 2012. There was obviously some restrictions to that building to be able to get a license, and when those were lifted, we just kind of wanted to model what's going on at our other two locations, the Garver and the Francis Street, and add some canned beer and some wine to our menu.
All right. Are there questions from committee members? What time does Ian's close? Like,
it depends on the day of the week. Sunday through Tuesday, we close at 10 p.m. Wednesday, we close at midnight. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we close, we call it bar time, but it's typically between 2:30 and 3, depending on the line. We are not planning on serving past midnight on any of those nights. But we are open later.
okay. Thank you for that answer. Any further questions for the applicant? Any further questions? A motion then?
I move to grant.
Moved to grant by Alder Verveer,
Second.
second by Alder Figueroa Cole. Any discussion?
I'll just quickly say, Strappy, thanks for your patience tonight, but also for the couple of years of you all talking about doing this. I'm glad you finally got the license tonight.
Yes, and thank you guys.
Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, motion carries. Next on the agenda, item 45. Bod Lau.
I have two registrants. I have a Kenneth Brown Sukasumi in support, available to answer questions, and a Nicholas Davies in support, not wishing to speak. Kenneth is the agent.
Kenneth, are you here with us in the room or?
I see a hand up in Zoom.
There's a hand up. It says Jamie plus Chucky.
Yes, I'm here on Zoom. Thanks for having us.
Okay. And you're Kenneth?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us about your business.
Yeah, so my wife Jamie and I, we own a Han on Williamson Street, and we've been very fortunate to have a lot of patrons come in there every night, and we're constantly on a wait list. And unfortunately, in the building that we're in, there's not a lot of great options for folks to comfortably wait for their tables. They're usually just hanging out in the hallways and or going to other fine establishments like IO or the Wisco. And we were hoping to open up a bar slash lounge across the street at 811 Williamson Street, where Taco Loco used to be located. And during the day, we were planning on serving boba drinks, as well as non-alcoholic boba drinks, as well as like grab-and-go banh mi sandwiches and cold noodle dishes. And then for the nighttime, we would serve as a waiting room for our main restaurant, Ahan, and be able to provide a small menu of drinks as well as snacks for the patrons.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
So,
Alder Figueroa Cole.
so for the food consumption, it looks like snacks, or is this an actual restaurant?
It's going to be snacks. It's not going to be like a full sit-down meal, but just something to help tie over people's appetites while they're waiting for their tables at Ahan.
So waiting for the tables for I mean, this is a 50-50 alcohol versus food, so I'm confused about that, Mike.
So we were just told to put down the 50-50 as a recommendation because we haven't opened yet and we don't know what the exact sales projection split would be. But currently at Ahan, we are sitting at, it's more like an 85 food sales to 15% alcohol. So definitely it's a food-oriented first, more of a operation that we have.
Anyone else can help me with that percentage, maybe, Mike? So, is it, we had the tavern versus the restaurant. So, what would with these percentages here, what would this qualify as?
Only if alcohol is over 50% would it be a tavern.
So it's 50 instead of 51. I thought.
If it would be 51 or higher, it would be.
So it is still a restaurant with these percentages. Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering the questions.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah, so this is really going to serve as a lobby to your restaurant, so people can have their drinks there while they wait to get inside.
Yes, that's correct. We're located about a half a block away across the street on Willie Street. So it would just be a place for guests to go and have a more comfortable waiting experience while they're waiting on their tables and be able to get some snacks and a beverage or so while they're waiting.
And is it, I guess it's the high or the high ratio of food and alcohol is because people are probably not filling up there because they're about to go eat. The concept is they're going to have food.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also do expect our food percentage to be higher, given the fact that we will be selling, like I said, grab and go bun me sandwiches and cold dishes during the daytime. And then also doing boba sales there, which we kind of noticed in the area on the Willie Street kind of section. There's not very many boba tea offerings. There's a lot of great ones like on State Street and North Side and West Side, but yeah, I think that between the daytime operation and also our extremely high percentage of food sales compared to alcohol sales at our current restaurant, that will be well above the 50% mark for our food sales.
Okay. Further questions from committee members? Alder Glenn.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I want to see you get approved. I love the concept. I just feel like I'm not really clear about it. And what I mean by that is, so half a block down, is the intention that this will be a overflow for Ahan, which excellent food, and that, or is this it's standalone, and sometimes you can say to people, hey, you don't have to wait, you could go down there. But will it be in its own entity, serving food, and you're just not sure how much yet, serving alcohol, and have that kind of a tavern-y feel? Or will this be a restaurant overflow?
It will be, I guess it would be kind of more of a restaurant overflow, if you will. As we often, on a given night, we usually have about 200 people on our waiting list. And only a handful of them drop off every evening. So there's people that, so they'll just be literally just standing in the hallway of our restaurant while they're waiting for their tables. And it's just an opportunity for them to go not far at all and be able to get an extension of the flavors and atmosphere that we provide in our main restaurant, and also be able to satiate their their hungers and thirsts while they're waiting for the main spot. So I don't know if that exactly answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Yes,
Okay,
that's
yes.
much more clear. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, how would they know when they're able to be seated in the main restaurant?
So we, at the moment, we have our hosts call and call their cell phones.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and so we also have toyed around the idea of, we have walkie-talkies that we use. Personally, my wife and I live literally next door to the establishment, the bar local, our taco local, former taco local establishment. And my wife and I communicate with radio from time to time. So we toyed around with that idea, but we realize that not everyone is going to come to our to Ba Lao during their wait, and so we would probably still continue with the phone call as a way to inform them that their table is ready.
Okay, very well.
Further questions from committee members? If there are no further questions, then a motion would be in order. Move to grant by Alder Revere, second by Alder Glenn. Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Next on our agenda, item 46, Speedway 4132. Do we have a registrant for this?
I'm going to refresh, but I do not see any registrants for 46 or 47. And it's two different LLCs, but it's the same contact for both. It's Speedway and 7-Eleven.
Okay.
And I did send an email, I think before we had the ordinance discussion, that I didn't see them registered, and I have not heard back on that, so.
Okay. So committee, what would you like to do? Ms. Westra?
Move referral to the next meeting of the ALRC.
So Amy, Ms. Westra moves to refer items 46 and 47 to the next meeting of the ALRC, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Any objection or discussion? Seeing none, these items are referred. Next on our agenda is item 46, Pink Flamingo Brunch Cafe. Is there a registrant in Zoom for this one? Oh, that's you.
There's three registrants.
What number?
48.
We're on 48.
Three registrants, Curtis Lipskak, in support, wishing to speak. Laura Moreno in support, available to answer questions. And Oscar Villarreal in support, available to answer questions.
Okay, and so your name?
Oscar Villarreal.
Okay, and so can you tell us briefly what your, about your request and your business?
So we're opening up a brunch place. So
Okay.
our hours would be 7 a.m. to 3, 7 days a week. It's the old Sunroom Cafe. We're looking to serve mimosas, micheladas. No hard liquor. We're not going to do Bloody Marys or anything like that. We're trying to infuse some coffees into some beers. There's a big movement in Milwaukee kind of doing this, so we're kind of like trying to infuse a little bit of that ourselves here to be one of the first ones here in Madison. Although I heard there's another bar doing it, so. But maybe not the first, but maybe the second.
Mm-hmm. And so with these ratios, you're looks pretty obvious that you're a restaurant.
Food.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions from committee members?
I will add that Oscar's background check was flagged, and I think I had mentioned that in the earlier email today.
So maybe we should hear about that first.
I think so. Detective Lieutenant Radke, do you have information about that?
Yes, there was a couple issues on this. Well, let me find that sheet real quick. My understanding is there was an incorrect date of birth on the application. The previous convictions weren't included on the application. And history we show, starting in 90 of a delivery of cocaine, 94 of a substantial battery, 2010 an OWI felony level, 11 PAC, prohibited alcohol content felony level. But recently a 2023 operating while revoked out of Fond du Lac County, and then another operating out of revoked Christmas Eve of 24 out of Jefferson County.
Attorney McReynolds, could you remind us of the law on this one? On the
Sure.
cases of this type.
Yes. Let me pull up the guidelines here. Okay. So, Lieutenant, did this get flagged under, do you know which guideline it got flagged under?
My understanding, this was provided to me in the same packet as the, the operator license. So that's why it was flagged. So I don't know if this is something different or not, but same individual.
Yeah. Well, usually when they're flagged, there's a number of which, on the form that we get, there's a number of which guideline is violated. So it's either for felonies within a certain time period or for alcohol or other related offenses. Do you have the form maybe for that? If not, it's okay. I can try to figure it out.
Can I tell you, I suppose, so the operating while revoked and the other operating while revoked, do you believe, is it your guess that he was revoked at that time because of the operating with PAC from 2011?
There are multiple ways that someone could be revoked, but it is possible that there are things that a driver needs to do with the DOT in order to get their license back. And if they don't do those things, they're revoked until they do. That's something I think we could ask the applicant. Otherwise, I see Mr. Radke has his hand up.
Just Laura.
The summary that I was provided in parentheses after the 2023 operating while revoked says revoked due to alcohol content, substance, or refusal.
Okay.
That's that question.
So
yeah, so that means there was a refusal to take a drug or alcohol test after being pulled over.
Other federal call?
So I'm sorry, is this report on Laura Moreno or Oscar Moreno?
I'm reading from Oscar Villarreal.
Oscar Villarreal.
So the license agent, I don't see what is his name then?
He's an officer of the LLC.
He's officer of the group, okay. Oh, I see Oscar Villarreal, got it. He's a member and they all get credit, background checks. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a hard.
Sorry, my guidelines aren't pulling up now, of course.
What is that noise?
Jim, if you have a second, could you send me the guidelines?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for a felony, provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of a job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of a felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. But
Doesn't matter how long, forever?
we can override that if we have credible evidence of rehabilitation.
Correct.
But the other thing is, this isn't, we're not considering the operator license right now. So Attorney McReynolds, do you think?
Oh, we use these same standards for all of our background checks. So for the operator licenses and for the officers.
And then I'm thinking, because the significant amount of time has passed since the felony he was convicted of a felony, which clearly substantially relates to, well, clearly to me, substantially relates to the alcohol business. But the driving offenses aren't as clearly substantially related.
Well, they're related if they're refusals, I think.
Okay.
But in any case, I think that if this was flagged by MPD, then, you know, I think it's worth talking about credible evidence of rehabilitation. When was the felony? Sorry, I don't have the paperwork.
2011.
Yes,
The most recent one was 2011, and operating with a prohibited alcohol content, 5th or 6th offense.
Oh, 5th or 6th. Okay.
I team you.
Oh, Ms. Carter.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just ask why we were looking that up. Oscar, you've heard what was said. Can you give us some background on what's been going on and what you've done of late?
Sure. I'm happy to discuss my past. 2011 was the last time I got an OWI, and last time I had a drink. I've been sober with a condition that 8 years I could not get a license. Unfortunately, when I did try to get the license in 2019, when I was eligible, I wasn't doing alcohol anymore. So when I went to the counselor, they said they couldn't really do anything unless I was drinking alcohol. I said, well, that's gonna not work for me because I've been sober this long. During that time in 2013 and 2014, I did go complete all my assessments, completed all the stuff that I needed to do. But again, I could not get my license for 8 years, which was 2019. So it didn't do me any good to do it then. So when I finally was able to do it, again, it didn't do me any good because I was sober. To me, it's kind of, sorry to excuse, but the ass backwards, trying to punish someone who's trying to do the right thing. In 2013, I lost one son. And then in 2014, I lost another. Even during those times, which were the hardest thing a parent can do, I did not drink. A lot of AA meetings, a lot of internal searching. But to this day, I still don't drink and have no desire to drink. Not that I couldn't. I'm not on probation. I'm not on parole. I'm not in any of those things.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't have a driver's license. You were revoked because you had a roadblock to getting it back.
Correct. And I've been trying. It looks like my only way back is going to go back to pleading with the judge who originally set that up and kind of asking him to graciously get rid of that whole process. so that I can get my license.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that I haven't tried, but I have been trying.
Okay, well, thank you for explaining that. Any questions from committee members? Attorney
No, I'm
McReynolds.
fine.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking Deputy Clerk Verbic to send me the original application, but it sounded like the MPD said that there was incomplete or erroneous information on the application. Can you talk to that, please?
Right. I know that Heather, who did these summaries for us, got this the end of May and wasn't able to completely finish this, so I don't have the full workup, but the email she had sent to Mr. Verbic said I forgot to add he gave an incorrect DOB and did not disclose any of his convictions on his application. Looking at the application that I saw, if I remember correctly, he had listed 1975 instead of 1965 as his birth year. It does look typed, so I don't know if that's a fat finger thing or intentional.
Okay, but on his original application, he did not disclose any of his convictions. Is that correct?
I'm looking at the form now, and actually says does have yes for the convicted of any offenses. He put yes 2010. So not being familiar with these forms, I don't know if they're supposed to be listed separately or not, but that's what I see is he did mark yes with a year of 2010 on here.
I can with the chair's permission, I'll just interject. The deputy city clerk handed me the original application, and so it's incomplete in that it says to the question, if yes, give law or ordinance violated, trial court, trial date, penalty imposed, et cetera, and so those specifics aren't included in the background investigation form, but the applicant did affirmatively check yes that they've been convicted of any offense, and did say that the year was 2010 as the detective lieutenant testified.
All right, thank you.
Alder Glenn has her hand up. Alder Glenn?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I don't think I heard,
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for sitting through this. I know these questions are hard, and I'm sorry for the loss of your sons. What was the refusal about, and what year was it, Attorney McReynolds, or whoever knew that?
So I was originally on 2010 is when I got pulled over, and I didn't, it was like till the end when I finally got convicted, and was not till 2011. So that's why I put 2010, is that's when I got pulled over. I didn't know 2011 was the actual date, I guess, that they convicted me of.
Okay, and that was
And the
refusal.
And
Yeah.
I didn't want to take a breathalyzer. I asked them to draw blood. So they went and took me and drew blood.
Oh, I see, those is convention.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
So, quick question, what does PAC means? PAC?
Prohibited alcohol concentration.
What?
Prohibited alcohol concentration.
And I was going to ask you, Jim, when in that question on the form, does it ask for convictions on the state of Wisconsin, or is it explicit about that? Does it say
It says any. It says any.
in
It
the-
says federal or any.
I can read what it says.
Yeah, can you please read that for me?
And for some reason, I thought it was like within the last 10 years. So that's why I didn't put them down.
Sure. So the question says, have you ever been convicted of any offenses other than traffic, unrelated to alcohol beverages, for violations of any federal laws, any Wisconsin laws, any laws of any other state or ordinance of any municipality? If yes, give law or ordinance violated, trial court, trial date, and penalty imposed and/or date, description, and status of charges pending.
So it says federal, Wisconsin, and any municipality? Is that what you read?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carter. You're muted.
Of course I am. My question at this point, Oscar, when it comes to the Pink Flamingo, what is your position within, I know you're a member, but what is your position within the cafe?
I'll be the chef, that consultant, so I'm overseeing the menu, the training of the kitchen, you know, making sure that the food is purchased properly and meeting with the local farmers. I'm more of a farm-to-table chef, so that's what I'd be doing. I also was at Fuegos and Migrants before this, and it's the same concept I've had before. I'm not new to the area of Madison. I've been here a while. The only difference is it's breakfast, you know. I'm going to be doing brunch for Laura, and Laura will be running the show. She's the one that's going to be doing all the general managing and coordinating with me on just basics of food. So I really don't have anything to do with the beer and wine sales per se, but I am on the LLC as a partner, so I need to be on there.
Right. Okay, that clears some things up. Thank you.
Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned Fugos, and I was sitting here thinking, I know Oscar and Jordan, and it's from Fugos. So and I've been on this committee, as you heard earlier, a million years. We didn't go through this when you came for the license for Willie Street, and I look back, and it's because you weren't.
I wasn't.
You weren't on the LLC for Fugos, but yet everyone considered you the owner.
I was the chef.
But I always thought, like, you were the owner. No,
Yeah.
you weren't a member of the
Never
ownership at all. You were just the head chef and manager.
Yeah, it was Jordan's family, and I had a couple family members that were involved. So
yeah,
I jumped on. I wasn't sure because it was a big venture if I was going to be able to do it with all the pressure of a new business and with the loss of my boys at that time. It was quite fresh. I mean, it was only 3 years out, and so I opted not to be part of it just because of. I didn't want to deal with the stress, and I could walk away at any moment. I feel a lot stronger now. I've got many years of sobriety under my belt, and so I feel I can handle this venture, even though it's part-time. I'm actually full-time somewhere else, but I feel I can help out. And like I said, I'm a farm-to-table kind of guy, so that's what I end up would like to do anyway.
So that's why now this obviously came out, is you didn't have to go through a background check for Fugos because you weren't.
I wasn't part of
the liquor agent or the ownership and the ownership. Okay, I now understand that. It was. So I was sitting here thinking, I don't remember going through all this with Oscar last time.
No, I wasn't in that.
And I don't. It's been so many years. I don't understand why you can't get the driver safety plan through the Wisconsin DMV. Accomplished.
I'm working on it, but they referred me back to the judge, is what the last verdict was.
I just don't understand why, like, Journey here can't just do an assessment.
I went through Journey. Yep, that's what I went through in 2019. Then COVID hit, so I kind of got lost in the shuffle. But at the end, it was the same. I went to the counselor that they recommended, and she said there was really nothing they could do for me because I'm not drinking. I said, well, I'm not going to be drinking. So they referred me back to the judge, said if I can get a hold of the judge.
Is that our local judge?
Waukesha.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Without trying to get argumentative into the back and forth of things, I don't think judges can waive that requirement. It should be something that was done, a decade ago or more, and will continue to plague the applicant until it's done. So, and I wanted to point out guideline 5 of this body is that applicants must truthfully and completely fill out their application. Now there's a couple different options here. One is if they provide false information, one is if the information was intentionally omitted, and one is if the ALRC determines that the information was omitted due to inadvertence, mistake, or excusable neglect. But then it says that the ALRC, if that's the case, the ALRC may allow the applicant to submit a corrected application and recommend granting of the license if the applicant is otherwise qualified. I think that in this situation, unfortunately, the application was incorrect. A wrong birth date's pretty significant, and not including all of the information about his criminal history is also problematic. Also, you know, even if we believe that those were just mistakes, we would still need to look at guideline 6 and see, you know, evidence of rehabilitation like AODA, which it sounds like he has not done yet, at least to the satisfaction of the state DOT. So before the committee goes further, and, you know, I understand this is unfortunate for the business as a whole, but to treat officers, you know, equitably, and we have to look at these guidelines for everyone. And I would recommend referring this so that a complete and accurate application can be submitted, and that the applicant figure out his AODA situation and get his license in order with the DOT. Because that would at least provide some kind of information about AODA that this body would need to go forward in approving the license. So, I mean, it's up to you, obviously, what you want to do next, but that would be my recommendation, so you don't spend a bunch of time talking about the business and then refer it and then kind of come back and do the same thing over again. But yeah, I think that needs to happen first before this can be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other questions from members of the committee for Oscar? Alder Verveer.
What's your reaction to our legal counsel's advice? I mean, do you think you can go back to Journey as soon as possible and
I will go back.
Try to get an appointment for an assessment?
I can go back and I'll do the same thing. I did
because you said you did this in 2019 was the last time you tried?
2019 is when I did it.
I think you'll probably have better luck this time. I just have to believe that.
I feel like they're going to tell me the same thing. I mean, they told me to go see the judge.
I've just never heard of such, I don't mean to be argumentative, I just never heard of such a thing where the
my
counselor
license
says
was
you're sober so they can't.
Well, my license was gone for 8 years, and that was the problem. When he imposed for 8 years, I couldn't get my license.
Yeah.
That's where the problem lied in.
Yeah, you had a hard application.
If I would have been like when I did my AODA and then I did all my my probation and everything, I was already off probation when I got off of that. So that
you were on extended supervision, weren't you?
Or till like 2016, I think it was, and then I was off.
Yeah.
And so then 4 years later is when I was able to get the license, and so I tried. They sent me a little thing, said try to get it, and so I did. But I wasn't giving it to it because they said because I wasn't drinking, and that doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense at all. I agree with our legal counsel. It doesn't. I think it's a waste of your time to try to go to Waukesha County Circuit Court, and I don't even know if the judge is still, you know, in in court or not anymore. They might have moved on.
Yeah, because I did the whole breathalyzer thing, $175 every time I went, I had to pay. I mean, we did that 4 times. I had to go in there and they blow through.
Oh, you mean when you were on paper?
No. Oh. No, in 2019. In 2019, I did that.
As a Journey?
Yep. Oh. I did that whole thing. I did all the rest of it. And the counselor's the one that sent me back to Journey, and they said, well, if she can't be your counselor and she can't come out with some kind of program, there was just nothing because I wasn't drinking. There was no way for her to help me. You know, this is more like, I feel like it's like it should have been done earlier, which I had done already. And then I thought, okay, I'm done. I don't have to do this part. But no, because it was so long ago, I had to do it again. But it didn't do anything for my license. It didn't do anything because I couldn't get my license for 8 years. That's the problem. You know, if I would have been able to get my license in the beginning, I would have had my license. You know, and like I said before, I didn't put any of the stuff. I said yes, but I didn't know because it had been so long that I had to write down everything that was 10 years or older. I mean,
I appreciate that. You're justifying that it was an oversight. You didn't read the fine print of the question.
And I did, I mean, I don't know, 65, 75, I mean, it should have been on there because my license, I had to give them a copy of my license, so.
Right, no, it's right there.
It's 7.
So right next to the application is a photocopy of your license with the correct date of birth.
So, it's not like I did it, I should have just looked better, I guess, at the thing where I was writing. I don't put my glasses on and that's what happens.
I apologize if this has already been discussed, but can you explain your relationship versus Laura's the liquor agent in the business again?
Laura's the actual
liquor agent.
Yeah, she's the actual one that's going to be running the Pink Flamingo. I am more of a chef consultant. I'm going to come in there, set her up, get everything on the menu side, the food, make sure that all the production specs are, make sure the guys are all trained, make sure that they know exactly how everything's going to be executed.
But you two are both co-owners, correct?
Yeah. She'll be running it. I'll be part-time because I've already got a full-time gig already. So.
Okay, thanks. I'll yield to Alder Glenn.
Alder Glenn.
Hi. I am going to be really transparent in today and say that he just said my exact story. That exact same thing that happened to him happened to me with Journey Mental Health. I had been sober for years. I didn't have a license because of a drunk driving. And when I went there, I had to go through loop after loop after loop because they didn't know what to do with after I had this long restriction and I could finally get my license back and I had been sober for a long period of time, what they were supposed to do with that. I just happened to have got lucky after about a year and a half that the FAST, Family and Schools Together counselor who knew me, worked at Journey, and just signed off for me. Or I don't know what loophole I would have got caught in. And so I'm only saying this because I know it's hard to believe of like how our system is set up, but it's happened. And in my work in criminal justice for 20 years, I've watched it happen to numerous others who become sober while incarcerated, come home, and they're like, well, what do we do? And there's not a real easy way to sign off unless someone trusts that. And it is a hindrance to put you in a class because that can also cause more harm with other people who are currently drinking. And so it's a loophole in the system that I think we need to address. I just wanted to second his experience, and because I thought it was important with him already making mistakes on his application, and there's some ambiguity of like his application that story is 100% true. It happened to me.
If I
Can
could
I
just-
make a motion?
If I can just add, we do also have two other registrants. The other members of the LLC are in Zoom, and Curtis is registered as wishing to speak.
Okay, before a motion, then we'll talk to the other registrant wishing.
Sure.
Yeah. So Curtis, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting us, first off, join remotely because presently my wife, who's the managing member in the LLC that Oscar just referred to, we're in Austria of all places. And so we really appreciate being able to join remotely. So thank you for that, guys. I guess what I'd like to say is I'll just try to clarify a couple of points. In terms of the ownership structure of the business, Oscar's correct. They're both 50-50 owners. I don't have any equity. I'm sort of the secretary-treasurer type person. And I just wanted to say that I've only known Oscar this year. And he's been over to our home multiple times. And I didn't know much about this background at all, frankly. And offered him a beer, hey, can I get you something? And he would always refuse. And so it's sort of my, opinion, you might say, that, he might have had a problem before. There's obviously some good evidence supporting that, but I'm fairly confident he doesn't have a problem today. I suppose somebody who's fought this, might fight this all the rest of their lives, I suppose. But I have to give him some, measure of endorsement here because I think presently he is sober. And the last thing I want to say about the forms. So Laura's never done this before. I certainly haven't. I don't have any background in the restaurant business or anything like that, or retail even for that matter. And this is sort of their brainchild to do this, and they had a pretty good business plan. And my wife Laura came to me and said, "Curtis, what do you think?" And she expected me to kind of laugh her out of the room, but when I heard about what they wanted to do, I thought, well, the whole world's built on small business and entrepreneurial risk, and I thought, well, they deserve their shot, and arranged money to help bankroll the business by leveraging the house and so forth. In any case, my belief is my wife completed that form, and she can speak to that, of course, and maybe made some simple mistakes. She's certainly never done this before, and she's originally from Uruguay, and not really knowing maybe all the systems in the States. I certainly don't. I don't even know how to really navigate all this. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. So there may be just some innocent mistakes there, and I do believe Oscar is correct. I know I had to submit my copy of my driver's license. Everything's there in terms of date of birth and where we live and whatnot. So we knew that this was going to be thoroughly checked out. So if there was a keystroke error on 75 instead of 65 or something like that, it's an innocent error. It's nothing that we're not definitely trying to do anything to cover anything up or hide anything. So that's all I really wanted to say about it. There certainly wasn't anything intentional there with the mistakes.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Curtis? And then Laura's registered. Well, any questions for Laura?
Does have her hand up.
Laura, what would you like to say?
Right. No, what I want to say is that I want to take accountability about that because I feel the form and the date of birth might be my mistake that I was trying to do it like in a hurry to get on time for this meeting. So I want to apologize for that. And that's it. Yeah, so I understand. I have known Oscar since my previous job. We worked together for a couple of years in his job that he has right now, his current job. And we have been together. We get along. He's he became my friend, and we decided to do this together. That we have this dream to have our own restaurant branch, and it's most focused on food. It's just to have something to offer to our customers, something very simple like a wine or beers. Just it's all that. So thank you, and I'm sorry again.
Okay, members, Ms. Carter.
No, I was just going to do a motion. Go ahead.
No, I make your motion.
I was going to move that we refer this to our next meeting in hopes that the applications can be corrected and Oscar can get what he needs done, so that we would have an appropriate and corrected application.
Okay, so the motion is to refer to the next meeting. Is there a second? All right, chair seconds for discussion on the motion. I think Alder Figueroa Cole.
Sure, thank you. I think I heard Amber Attorney McReynolds real clearly about following the process and what we expect for every single applicant. But I also heard Elder Glenn sharing the similar experience with the applicant. I think this committee could, we also have a responsibility to be equitable on these kind of situations. And this is one that is screaming equity to me. I think that I would rather we proceed with the process. There have been other times in the committee that we had asked. I heard you ask the applicant to go aside and update the application. So if we need an updated application where he handwrites the charges that we're missing, we can do that tonight. And if the elder from the district doesn't mind, Will is not here. It says District 4 somewhere. I'm sorry. That's what I saw. I don't know. I can follow with the State Street process. I don't know. I just feel like this one screams, this is not a general, like a regular case here. So, I don't know.
Thank you. Alder Glenn.
Why does that always happen when I start talking? Sorry. I 100% agree, and I just want to say that I understand rules and regulations and understand that we as a body need to bring up and flag things. And I also think that when we're bringing up felonies that are 34 years old, it's detrimental. Like not even in a housing is there a 7-year or a 10-year. I think that when do we get to be forgiven, and when do we not become the worst choice we made? And so I also agree that we give him a minute and allow him to fill it out correctly. We heard from Laura that it was her, and maybe he didn't want to share it with her in the moment and just said the 11, and maybe he didn't realize it went back that far. I understand it says that on the application. He wasn't filling it out. And I just think, along with Alder Figueroa, that this is an equity moment, and sometimes people need an extra step stool. Thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Carter.
Thank you. The reason why I wanted to refer it to the next meetings is so that he wouldn't have to rush through filling out the application, that he would have time to fill it out correctly with Laura, with Curtis, and come back and resubmit it. if we have an application here that he can fill out, I'm fine with that. But I was just trying to give him time so he's not pressured, because we're not pressured, right? He's the one that has to fill out the application. So that's why I wanted to give him time to do that. Just want to clarify where I was going with that.
Okay, thank you. And just for everyone's information, if we were to approve this tonight, it would be, we would need to make very specific findings about whether, you know, according to guideline 6, the ALRC may recommend approval of an operator's license if the application would otherwise be denied if the applicant presents the ALRC with substantial, credible evidence of rehabilitation. Such evidence includes letters of recommendation from AODA counselor, probation agents, or other relevant service providers, etc. So, it's up to the committee ultimately, but keep that in mind. I think we should address the motion before us right now, if you made the motion.
I made a motion.
If, you know, if we want a different motion, then we can defeat this motion that's before us and then make that other motion. If we want this motion to pass, you vote yes, and it'll be referred to next meeting.
But we don't have a motion. We don't have the motion on the table, right?
Yeah,
oh, no, you did second it. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
it was so
I lost track of that.
moved by Ms. Carter, seconded by me to
Oh, okay.
to refer to the next meeting. And I think, so does anyone object to that motion passing?
Yeah, I will still say no. Because
Okay.
if we're talking about a specific item in there that we've done this before.
Okay, so you object to the motion, so we should do a roll call vote
Yeah,
then?
sure.
Jim, could you call a roll?
Yeah. Alder Glenn?
So can you be clear on, am I voting for aye or nay?
So
Can you say it again?
The
Thank you.
motion is to refer to the next meeting of LRC.
Nay.
Alder Glenn, no. Alder Revere? No. Alder Revere, no. Ms. Farley?
She's sleeping.
I don't see her in here. All of a sudden, she was gone. I don't know what happened.
Okay, we'll skip.
Yep.
Ms. Westra?
No.
Ms. Westra, no. Alder Figueroa Cole?
No.
Figueroa Cole, no. And Ms. Carter?
Ms. Carter, we can't hear you.
Yes.
Carter, yes. Chair, the vote is 1 yes and 4 no's.
Okay, so the motion fails. Is there another motion that someone would like to propose?
So does this motion needs to have the clarity that you are,
Whatever, well,
can we
Sure,
table
we
this so he
can-
can complete it and formulate a motion or not?
you can make a motion to table, so,
I mean, I copy things that I heard you said before.
Right.
So can we table it for him to complete it and move on with the next person and then formulate a motion in the meantime?
we can do that.
Okay, so I want to
So you want to informally table
I
it?
want to table it
Okay.
while he completes that part of the application.
Okay, so what we'll do then, the suggestion of Alder Figueroa Cole is to pause this item, move on to the next one, and then after that, check back in with
And
Oscar.
Jim, you do have the application, right? Yep. Okay, thanks. So that's a motion.
It's okay to just do it, just have a mutual understanding among the committee. Yeah.
Okay.
Before we move on, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Oscar. Yep. Do you think there's a chance at all, Oscar, that you could go back to Journey in the next couple weeks?
I'm going to try again to go back to Journey, seeing that Alderman did get through eventually, but again, she knew somebody, so I'm going to try and see if maybe they got somebody new, somebody different.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
then again,
Alder
like I said,
Glenn
COVID
remembers the name
happened.
of who helped you. I can share that with you.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, as you heard sitting here all night, that, you know, that your application will go to the city council meeting of July 1st. And it would provide me greater comfort and also maybe light a fire under you to finally get it done and or make progress to getting it done so you don't, you know, force yourself to drive illegally or,
Yeah.
you know, But it would give us something, we have to follow the state statute as a convicted felon substantially related that, well, the chair read the language. And so it would be nice having something more current.
Yeah.
Like if Journey could get you in for a quick assessment and say, we believe that this guy is amazing and he's been sober all these years. I think that would be very powerful.
I would love that
Very powerful if we get it, a piece of paper from Journey by July 1st. But anyway, our legal counsel wishes to weigh in on that idea or something else, so.
Attorney McReynolds.
You Chair. Yeah, I can't give you legal advice, sir, but even a document from Journey saying they don't think you need AODA or something like that would be, I think, beneficial to the committee and the council when they make their decision.
Well, it was the counselor that they sent me to. It wasn't Journey. I had to go back to Journey is what they did to me.
You paid for the assessment.
I paid for the assessment. I paid for the blowing of the tube 4 times. And then I went to the counseling. I was paying her to go to the counseling. And she's the one who referred me back to Journey saying, there's nothing I can do because you're not drinking. So. And then COVID hit.
Alder Glenn.
I just wanted to say the journey of today, even in the last 4 years, is not the journey of even outside of that. And I think you would have some really good luck if you went in there and explained to them what the situation is. There is definitely a different journey mental health. Nothing to knock previous, but I think you could have some luck in getting something along what staff attorney said around a letter of completion or no services needed or completed, right? Like I have 10 years of sobriety. It's complete. Check that.
Thank you.
All right, so.
Is there a second on the motion to table?
Moved by Alder Figueroa Cole, seconded by Ms. Westra. No objection. We are now on item 49, Asherwad Indian Restaurant. What's the name for that one?
I'm sorry, it was 49?
Yeah, the rest of the registrant.
Yep. So the registrant for 49 is Shimala, who is both an owner and the agent.
Okay. Ashim, can you please tell us about your business? If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Sorry, guys. I'm having issue with my phone here.
You have 2 devices that are connected. If you could mute one of them or turn off.
Yeah, I was trying with my phone and somehow it felt like it wasn't working. And then after I had to connect mine to my wife. We are both here.
Well, we can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So my wife and I, we own couple business downtown Madison here, the Triangle Market and the Globe Restaurant. And we are planning to open the Asirvad in couple weeks. And we were wondering if we can, sell some of the imported beers from India, something like that in our new location.
Okay. Class B beer, Class C wine. Is there any questions from committee members? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your patience being here all night, folks. When we had the neighborhood meeting, your wife, and I don't know if your wife's with you too right now, but
she's here.
Okay, great. As she knows, and I don't know if she passed on to you, I was concerned when she said that you hope to have a sidewalk cafe, but that you were
Yes.
having some difficulties having a sidewalk cafe for your planned Saturday brunch.
Yeah, because I think, it's already booked for this year when I talked to Megan, but maybe in future, she said she can work with me and give that space to us rather than, next year though. So I have to have a meeting with her again. I'll be meeting with her, I think, in a couple weeks. And then after we'll go more in details.
Okay, very good. My main, and I appreciate that on Saturdays, the spots in front of your new restaurant are arts and crafts vending sites. But my concern was that it wasn't clear if you could have the sidewalk cafe as soon as the arts and crafts vending ends during the farmer's market.
Yeah, I think after they are done.
That will be allowed, won't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to clarify, because again, when we had the neighborhood meeting, it was, and I know you couldn't be there, it was a little confusing since you were the one dealing with Megan as to whether or not you could have sidewalk cafe at all on Saturdays. And it doesn't make sense for you to not be able to do so once the arts and crafts vending is ended.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she said after 2 or something like that, I would be able to put my cafe outside. But I've been busy with all the other stuff that I haven't talked to her in more details about the outdoors, like cafe and all those stuff. So I have to finalize outdoor cafe seating and furniture and all that too. So it will be in a couple weeks.
Very good.
And if something changes, I'll let you know.
Yeah, please let me know if I can help, because I'm very excited about you buying the property and what you've done with it. I hope you were happy with the State Journal article on the front page on Monday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. And then speaking of Chair amending applications on the record, perhaps I just want to clarify for the question number 8, the description of the licensed premise. We really should use the phrase sidewalk cafe, because patio implies private property.
Okay.
The patio in your application is really the city sidewalk cafe, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. So if we could maybe change that and then in terms of just one last question, speaking of the sidewalk cafe, did the 10 to 12 persons that you have on the application, is that based on what Megan Blakehorst was thinking?
I have no idea how the city got that number. For my understanding, I was just measuring the space for outdoors. Since I'll be occupying 128 and 130, I'm combining both space for my restaurant. I should at least have 20 to 25 outdoor seating for people.
That's what I was thinking too. And obviously you have experience since you've had the successful but tiny sidewalk cafe at Globe all these years on North Henry Street. And I was thinking that 12, since you've combined the 2 storefronts into a larger space for the new restaurant, that 12 seemed quite low.
Yeah.
But how many do you have at Globe in comparison now?
Globe, we have almost 20, around around 16 or 20 like that. Before last year we had more because Mullins was fine me going all the way down to Soto.
Yes.
But this year they had to cut down because big wings open too and all that. So
yes, in
we
fact,
were okay.
they're on our agenda yet tonight for a new liquor license.
But we are okay. We are okay.
You
with
met your neighbors yet?
It's a very small space, but we'll make it work.
Okay, good. So what number do you think we can change this on your application during the meeting to here?
I think, I don't
what
know
number do you, what number do you think?
20 to 25 would be the idealist.
So outdoor, you think 25?
Yes, sir. 20 to 25.
Okay, well, we have to pick one number. We can't have the range.
Okay, let's do 20.
So let's do 25 or 20.
Okay, 25 is okay.
Okay, and then for the indoor, again, since you've combined the 2 spaces, I was curious why you think your inside capacity would only be 35.
49.
So that do you have that confirmed from the city building inspection?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
what they told me.
So the correct number should be 49?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay,
For
so
two different spaces.
combining the two spaces, it's a total of
Yes, sir.
49? Okay.
Yep, 49.
Okay. And you are using the address for the restaurant of 128 State Street?
Suite A for now.
Okay. So it would be 49 inside, 25 outside,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lastly, when are you opening? Because we're so excited. We can't wait.
So hopefully, yeah, I thought I would be open by now, but hopefully in 2 weeks, we'll be ready to go. But there are a few things we wanted to be open, with the full capacity and all that. So we're just waiting for a few things, and we are testing the menu right now. So hopefully within 2 weeks, we can be open.
Very good. Just don't have the delay like baked wings has had to suffer from all these
I know.
many months.
No, I think they're opening soon too. I was just talking to him this morning.
Well, they've been sitting here all night, so we'll talk to them in a
Yeah.
few minutes. So.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
They will be open in a month or so too, I think.
Yes, well, we'll hear directly from them. Thanks again and good luck.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Well, if there are no other questions, I move to grant with the revised capacity of 49 inside and 25 persons outside.
Second.
Moved by Alder Verveer, seconded by Alder Glenn.
And then that sidewalk cafe language.
And then,
Thank you.
okay, is there any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, motion carries. 49 is granted. Thank you for being with us. Okay, think we're ready to be back on item 49.
48?
Yes, 48. We're ready to be back on item 48.
Motion to take off the table would be in order.
I entertain a motion to take off the table and bring it back.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Any objection? Seeing none, we're back on item 48. And, okay, so did you, I saw you hand a packet to the deputy city clerk. Was that your corrected application?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Birth date and all.
thank you.
It confirm it does look like it accurately reflects the background check form as well as the birth date.
So Alder Figueroa Cole,
Okay, so I can put a motion?
you can make a motion.
Okay. I move to approve with the condition that the applicant submit to the clerk's office substantial, credible evidence of rehabilitation, such as evidence includes letters of recommendation from alcohol and other drug counselors, probation agents, or other relevant service providers, other professional counselors, certificates and/or letters confirming satisfactory completion of an AODA or other relevant council program before the council meeting of July 1st.
Okay.
And I will send you that.
Thank you so much.
Because I like you.
Let me, if I may, propose slightly different language, but,
Okay.
and then ask Attorney McReynolds if it's okay.
With this language.
Oh, that's already her recommendation. Then I won't mess with that. And that will be sent to the clerk and Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't have to be this, but the same, that idea that like before the council meeting, the applicant submits something. So however you would like to phrase that, I think would be fine.
So maybe not a condition, but a contingency upon the granting, recommendation to grant?
That would be great. Is that what you were thinking, Colin or Chair?
It doesn't live on the license, but it's.
Right.
Right. Oh,
Exactly.
yes. It's not on the license. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll send that to you.
Alder Glenn.
Could I just offer a friendly amendment to that, just along the lines of because it could be tricky with if he has been sober and there is no record of him doing substance use treatment, that it doesn't have to be record of completing substance use treatment, but that he has gotten his license back and there's a sign off that there is a belief in that something like that, because that's the tricky part with Journey, is it's going to be hard to get him into anything that says he has to go for substance use treatment when you don't go in saying you have an addiction problem. So that's the tricky part.
They actually thought I was denying it.
Yeah, or what if we said something like information satisfactory to the clerk that the reason these records aren't available is because the counselor at Journey says that you don't have a addiction.
Something like that.
Right?
Yeah.
I think I want to limit it to Journey, but sure.
We don't have to mention Journey specifically. I think the committee understands. Oh, okay.
Also.
All right. Well, is there anyone else, any other members of the committee? Do we have a second to the motion, by the way?
Did we change the motion multiple times already? Can he read the final motion?
I think we're compiling the ideas and then we can.
Right.
I think we have enough to put it before the body and then we'll have it read again.
I will second something.
Okay.
That's like that.
Okay, so in just a second, we'll have Mr. Verbeek read the motion, check if there's discussion. If not, take a vote.
Can you go over what the change was going to be, the alternative?
Yeah, it's like the motion is approved on the condition that the applicant submits information satisfactory to you, to your office, that there is substantial credible evidence of rehabilitation, including the various things that are already listed that you should have, or a letter from Journey Mental Health that the reason that those other documents aren't available is because they determined that he doesn't.
Just the reason what they're.
Yeah, something that's going to get his license back, because they have to sign off for him to be able to get this. So it's something that says he doesn't have a problem and he can have his license.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think this is going to be able to get his driver's license back, but I think this just.
Well, he said that it is. Okay, my fault.
At least, yeah.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
Okay, so recommendation to grant is contingent upon the applicant submitting to the clerk's office substantial credible evidence of rehabilitation. Such evidence includes letters of recommendation from alcohol and other drug, AOD, counselors, probation agents, or other relevant service providers, other professional counselors, certificates and/or letters confirming satisfactory completion of an AOD or other relevant counsel programs, can include documentation from Journey explaining that treatment is no longer relevant.
Yes, that's the motion. Attorney McReynolds, should we add more language about the false information? Is that necessary?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. So the deputy city clerk just read the motion. It was made by Alder Figueroa Cole and seconded by Alder Glenn. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to passing this motion? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you. So, Attorney McReynolds, wait, Oscar, can you wait for a second?
Yeah. I'd like to ask Jim if he could send that to the applicant so that he has that all in writing, the kinds of things that he could submit. Thank you.
I got one question. So it's something about probation officer as well on there, right? I haven't had one in a while, but she did release me early because I never got in trouble. So if I go back,
It doesn't hurt.
she could write me a letter of recommendation.
Yep, it wouldn't
Be the
hurt.
fastest one to get me to the first, because I know Journey's going to take me a while to get into their scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that would count, so.
And Jim is going to send you the message, the language.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now, thank you for being here so long. Last, but definitely not least, baked wings. Come join us. And you registered already to speak?
Registered, and Jess registered, but Marty has not registered.
I'm the
you want-
owner.
You can if you want to talk, but just register after. Whatever works, yep. All right, so what's the update on baked wings?
Yes, thanks for having us back, as it were. Thanks for your patience. It's been almost 2 years since we presented and were approved. We got a little bit ahead of our financing and some other logistics, but we're back in full force, and we're looking forward to a July opening date for baked wings. Our concept is a hybrid dining experience where we have fast casual on one part of the restaurant and we have full service in the bar area only. And we have about 20 bar seats and about 17 to 18 other tables in the bar area as it relates. We are a scratch kitchen. All of our sauces, all of our ingredients are going to be fresh and made from scratch. And just looking forward to being part of the Madison community finally after a couple of years of a lot of work.
All right, well, thank you for that. Are there any questions? Do you know about our standard conditions about, well, let me see. Yeah, about reentry and restaurant, being a restaurant.
I do. It's 1:30 is the last entry.
Yeah.
Yep. And then the only question I had about that is last time at the meeting that we had, we're kind of like Ian's in that we look forward to serving food for the later crowd if they want, unrelated to drinking.
Yeah.
And I think at the last meeting, I was told that because of where we lie on the map, we're just outside a certain area that would restrict the 1:30 entry, but I wanted to kind of get clarification on that.
All right, well, thank you for that. Attorney McReynolds.
That is true. They are just outside the alcohol overlay district.
So in that capacity,
Although, sorry, that's more related to the requirement to be a restaurant. I think maybe Elder Verveer might know better, but are other places outside of the alcohol overlay district, do they also have the 1:30 rule?
No, I don't believe so. This was an initiative by the Central Police District CPT team many years ago, and we've never added the condition this far up. And if you, just to refresh my colleague's memory, and I realize some of you weren't on the committee when this was last before us, which was back in September of 2023, but the two conditions on the license we granted that night are the standard ones that establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant and that food shall be available at all times, nothing about the 1:30.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, any further questions?
Well, when do you think you're opening? That's the $1,000,000 question. Jamani
Party
Berg,
say July
do you know
7th.
Jamani Berg?
I do know Jamani Berg,
Yes, well,
absolutely.
he keeps
Yeah.
promising me it's going to be any month.
Yes, yeah.
July
You're saying
7th.
July 7th, and, but that doesn't leave this room because we're going to
Right.
fight for it. We don't want that out in the
Jamani
public.
might be,
I mean, it's
Jamani
already-
might be watching.
That's true.
I don't think a lot of people are watching us on
That's a
TV
very good
right
point
now,
also,
but
yeah. Probably very few audience members, no.
okay, so is there any?
Jamani just texted me. He's watching.
Oh,
Say hi to
Hello.
Jamani.
He sent a screenshot of all of you.
If there's no further questions from the committee, then
He's their commercial real estate broker there, those that don't know him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If there are no further questions, I'm happy to move to grant with the same two conditions that were previously granted for this business before the ownership change. That's, again, for the record. Number one, establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined in Madison General Ordinances, Section 38.02 at all times, and the condition two, food shall be available at all times.
okay, moved and seconded with the standard conditions. Is there any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
you
much.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is, we're not going too fast for you.
Who seconded that one?
Figueroa call.
Yes, that was me.
Next on our agenda is Madison Police Department report, recent calls for service. Detective Lieutenant Radke, any reports? Any or notable calls?
Not to my knowledge, no. If there's any questions on the documents that were sent out, let me know and I'll get the answers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, since that is an agenda item just for the rest of the committee, I don't know if we had these formal subcommittee meetings, but I've been working on MPD data in other areas, and that report caught my attention. So I've been working on an analysis on how we can make that report more easier to digest,
Yeah.
not just for the ARC, but for the elders. So yeah, I had put quite a few hours this weekend, even made a map of it. But just hopefully, in collaboration with MPD, we will have a report that is more useful.
And as for this, you mentioned the subcommittee, would you want to
Well,
discuss?
because I don't know what the subcommittee does, but it will be nice. I know. So if we have a subcommittee about processes, I feel like I would love to really like reactivate that and help get us move into things
Okay.
like this reporting structure, for example. Because of what like Alder Glenn was saying earlier, when we talk about call for services, there's so much there that is not even relevant to the conditions that we put on a license, and we should kind of streamline that process to be more targeted to the business that we do here.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe we can think about having it after our operator subcommittee meeting in July.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I also may have missed that email about the link that you just sent me with the, whatever you sent me, what was it you just?
That was the operator.
Yes, so even to kind of discuss as a subcommittee, the process of training for new alders coming in or new members, just those little things, I think that subcommittee probably can help move along.
I think that's a good idea, and I can work with the city clerk's office to try to combine the meeting with our other subcommittee meeting, or do it one after the other. I think it makes sense because they're two different subcommittees created through separate motions, but we'll go through those details.
Yep.
Item 52, report of the city clerk's.
Can I just ask quickly, especially since we still have Tim with us, the Detective Lieutenant Radke, were we able to make sure that the newer members of the committee are receiving the weekly calls for service directly from the
Oh.
police department?
They were working on that. Jim had an explanation, and then
Because
what's the other captain? Not even the captain was getting the emails either.
Captain Kipartman?
Yeah. So, so yeah, they were working on whatever the,
So it's in process.
The
Although
deal
like you
is.
and Alder Glenn haven't received them yet.
so yeah, we had to add us and the captain, and then remove, like Jim was trying to remove other people from it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's people on there that are no longer
Yeah.
on the committee and haven't been.
There's people in there no longer in the clerk's office.
So thanks for making sure that the right people are getting that weekly data.
Yeah. And thank you for forwarding me the June one. That was,
You're
that was very
welcome.
helpful.
I'm happy to keep forwarding them until you get them
Yeah.
yourself directly.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for report of the Madison Police? And then now report of the city clerk's office.
Yep, we're almost at the end of the licensing year. We just started printing off license sets a couple days ago. The Sunday was the deadline for distributors to put holds on licenses, and we probably got a couple dozen, I would say, and probably a dozen have been removed even before we printed the licenses. I'll just touch on one thing we talked about last month, which was Red Lobster. We had tried reaching out. We didn't hear anything from back. I think they eventually got the certified letter I sent to them and all the other folks who did not return renewal stuff. They did submit an application on Friday, and so they will be going before the July meeting. They've been given the green light for a provisional license, so when July 1st hits, we can issue a provisional license, which will be good for 2 months. So they will not see a stop in service as of that point, unless for whatever reason, a new license doesn't get issued until, would be September 1st-ish, in which case then they would be out of luck. But if they go before the July ALRC, which they are, it should go to the beginning of August, and so they should have just under a month of their provisional still being good before their full license is issued. And that's all I have. I'm open for questions if anyone has anything.
Any questions?
Jim, when you send the list out at the end of the month that goes to the police about
Yep.
which establishments have licenses, can you send that to us, please?
I will do that, yes.
I know Jeanette.
It is one of my favorite things of the year.
It's a list that we send to MPD. It's by police district, and it says all the licenses that either have outstanding fees, any holds on them.
You worked off of that list last year.
Yeah, and yeah, if they're otherwise not able to be issued their license, they'll be on that list, and MPD will visit them at midnight on July 1st and make sure they're no longer serving alcohol.
And July 1st falls what day this year? Because last year was
Tuesday
over the
council
weekend.
meeting.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay, yes. I thought we had gotten better about that list. We did some changes, we communicated, we sent a bunch of blogs about deadlines.
Yep, so I just emailed the second notice invoices to yesterday, I think, or early this morning. And so they should be getting those in the mail. But we also usually follow up with phone calls and emails leading up to July 1st to just.
And we did, you shared some information earlier that I remember putting on the blogs about deadlines for June 30th, the renewals. So you may want to send something like that again to all elders so we can blog about it and remind people to do that.
Sure.
And I think that was pretty helpful. And yeah. Oh, and then this year we don't have that tax, right?
Personal property tax.
Personal property tax, that's not going to be an issue either.
Correct. I did see, I think, one that had a 2023 personal property tax. So maybe that's, I can't recall if that was alcohol, if that was a health license. But yeah, I don't see many of those on there anymore because I don't believe that's something that's.
So that this should be way smaller.
In theory, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other questions for Mr. Verbeek?
Yes, I had a question about invoices for the alcohol licenses, Jim.
Yeah.
So, as you know, the practice of your office is that you don't mail the invoices until the council has granted all the renewals. Like the next day, I think they're mailed perhaps.
Okay.
But then the due date on the invoices is only a few days
Yeah.
later, like after most of the license holders would have received them in the mail, they might be due the next day. Does your office typically have a grace period before you impose the late fee because the due date is so unrealistic?
Yeah, we did, IT, I don't believe, added the late fee until the evening of the 11th. So they had some additional days before a late fee was applied. And we didn't, I think in the past, we had assessed late fees as they entered into their office to pay it. That's not something we did this year, especially with the due date falling on a weekend, that we let that grace period sort of be there. So we didn't charge for 4 or 5 days until after the due date.
For next year, could there be discussion as to the comfort level, maybe mailing the invoices before the council has their perfunctory meeting granting all the renewals, or?
I believe we did.
And/or extending the due date for when the fees are due?
Yeah, I believe we did actually send the invoices before the council meeting.
Okay. Because I had heard that they were all metered before the council meeting, but they weren't actually mailed till the day after the council meeting. Like, they were ready to go, but they weren't actually put in the mail.
Oh, I don't believe that's the case.
Okay, I can talk to you more after we adjourn.
Because we sent them to, yeah, because we would have sent them down to the print and mail, the county's print and mail shop to get metered, and I don't believe we gave them any instructions to hold them, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, there's nothing left on our agenda besides adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Alder Glenn, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Anyone want a roll call vote? Okay.
Okay, oh my God.
Without objection, we're adjourned.
Congratulations, Colin. I kept wanting to say it.
Oh, thank you.
Too late. Okay.